And here it is, ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is, ding dong. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. That thing that happens. It should have happened twice a day today, but certain situations got in the way. But nevertheless, righteousness being fulfilled. Fulfill your righteousness. I'm upholding my side of the bargain. Are you upholding yours? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Now freedom is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 holy.
Okay, I think that's enough. I think that's enough of that. So the holy song from the Eastern people. Everything changes but remains the same. Is the thing. But what I was actually going to say is that the Nigerian political space is as clear as mud. MUD. So the Nigerian political space is as clear as mud, and just as soon as you think you've got a handle on it, then it throws you then just a curveball that just tells you that you know nothing. Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London. So we were just permutating just as early as yesterday, the meeting that took place between Obasanjo. Not between Obasanjo. We were permutating yesterday, just as early as yesterday, the meeting that took place between Wike and the Tinubu space. So we were permutating just yesterday to say that Tinubu had captured Peter Obi. This was the conclusion that we reached yesterday. But 24 hours a long time in politics. Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London. So there it is right there. So now you are thinking then that has Peter Obi then Peter Obi then been able to capture has Peter Obi been able to capture sorry, I'm trying to align something. That's why I'm stuttering my words. So you're thinking then, has Peter Obi been able to capture Wike from Tinubu? That's the thing. So many names in play. I'm trying to get the words together. So Peter Obi and Obasanjo, they meet with Wike in London just a day or two after Tinubu met with Wike in London. So of course, opposing sides of the divide, Peter Obi and Tinubu. So they are then wondering if you are really wondering, you are as confused as I sound, I suspect. But this will confuse you even more. And I'll share the screen so that you can see the picture that verifies this. So having met with Tinubu and his camp, and then met with Peter Obi and his camp, we can now meet with ATIKU and his camp. Breaking, ATIKU meets Wike in London, and there is the picture that proves it all. So you can see the motley crew and ATIKU in the middle. So Wike, you can see, of course, with the shades. Governor Tom, you can see, and you can see Governor Sheyi Makinde. I think that's the governor of Apazu or something, whatever his name is, wearing the Gatsby cap or the whatever cap he's wearing. I don't know quite who this man is between Wike and Makinde, but you can see the picture there. So what quite is in play is the question. Everybody trying to woo this man from River State. ATIKU meets Wike in London. So there it is. So like I said, the Nigerian political space is as clear as mud, M-U-D. So there it is. So there it is right there. So let me just run you through it again. The first headline, Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London, quickly followed by breaking, ATIKU meets Wike in London. So there it is. What is in play though is the question. Quick reactions to that. Sowore reacts as Obasanjo, Obi, Wike meets in London. So of course, we can already guess as to the direction that would follow. So we can guess at the direction that that would follow. So departing from that to this, former military chiefs Buratai Abubakar to appear before International Criminal Court over alleged human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings are compiled in 500-page document. So a lot of people would like to say this happened, of course, but what veracity there is to this, I'm not quite sure. Hopefully there's some substance to it. Former military chiefs Buratai Abubakar to appear before International Criminal Court over alleged human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings, compiled in 500-page document. So who is behind this will tell us just what veracity there is to it. Nigerian police seal off NNPP headquarters in Borno, arrest senatorial candidate. So these are little adventure that is embarked upon by the champion of Kano State. He would say, Kwakwanso. It looks as though it's hemorrhaging at the seams, it's peeling at the seams, and it doesn't look as though they might even make it to December. But even November, even before they pack it up and pack it in. Nigerian police seal off NNPP headquarters in Borno, arrest senatorial candidate. So quite what's led to that we'll find out shortly. Still matters political, and I have a video clip that goes along with this. 2023, ATIKU is a veteran loser. I don't know Peter Obi, Governor Masari. So that is the governor of our Katsina state, the governor of our Buhari's own home state. So ATIKU, a veteran loser by virtue of always contesting every presidential election and losing. He doesn't even know who Peter Obi is. These assertions being made by the governor of Katsina State, Masari. So quite what's led him to that, we'll find out shortly. A serial loser, but intent on winning this time around. 2023, ATIKU allies float new group to capture Southwest. So that would be quite a spectacle, wouldn't it, if ATIKU won Yoruba land? But he certainly is intending in that direction. 2023, ATIKU allies float new group to capture Southwest. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So as I said, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Pardon me. lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button. All right, I'm just reading the comment section. They're already attacking the session before we've even started. So click on the like button as you're coming in. We're trying to push ourselves up the YouTube algorithm, and we want to try and get 30 new subscribers today. So if you're not subscribed already, click on the subscribe button, because we're trying to hit 30 new subscribers before the end of this session. So if you're not already subscribed, then you can set us on the way towards that achievement by clicking on the subscribe button. So click on the like button and click on the subscribe button. And if you feel inclined to come and join me in the studio, click, I'm going to post a hyperlink in the comment section now. So I'll post this hyperlink. This is the hyperlink that brings you into the studio. So if you feel inclined to come and take on any of these talking points, click on this hyperlink that I am now, hold on. Yes, click on this hyperlink that I am now posting in the comment section. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So that is how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like to help us with the YouTube algorithm. Click on subscribe, because we want to try and hit 30 subscribers in the course of this session. And if you feel inclined, if you feel emboldened to join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So that is how it works. As I said about that, let me provide you a little bit of a musical backdrop. We go to the care guides, which is the tradition of the platform. So to the care guides.
Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koderi Agweshe, may death have nothing to, for the non-Yoruba speakers, the Iku Koderi Agweshe was the last line of that song. The translation is to say that may death have nothing to do with us. There's no prayer more potent than that. So a round of amen to that. So Iku Koderi Agweshe, pardon me, Iku Koderi Agweshe, as guys, let me shut this window because it's gotten suddenly chilly here in the UK. Iku Koderi Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Thursday met with the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and the Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike in London. Although details of the meetings were sketchy as of the time of filing this report, correspondents learned that it was part of negotiations ahead of the 2023 presidential election. Wike attended the meeting with his allies, including Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State, Governor Okezia Ikpeazu of Abia State, and former Cross River State Governor Donald Duke, amongst others. So there it is right there. The details are sketchy, as they say, but I'll share this screen actually because the picture tells you most of the story. So the picture is actually a good percentage because, as they say, a picture tells 1,000 words. So those 1,000 words now encaptured and enraptured in these pictures. So there it is right there. So you can see the motley crew, the criminal gang. So you know their names. That's the the man in the white t-shirt, I suspect, is the Abia State Governor Ikpeazu. Donald Duke needs no introduction to you. Samuel Otom, who is always crying on telly, being savaged and ravaged by the headsmen. Obasanjo, of course, I mean, nobody on the planet does not recognize the man. Wike, ever in his dark shades, probably drunk as usual. Peter Obi looking somewhat forlorn and confused, as though he's been held hostage. And the governor of Oyo State, bright-eyed like somebody that's just met Michael Jackson. So there it is. So that's the motley crew. So you can see them all assembled. So there they are, parlaying with Obasanjo, Baba. You know, of course, everybody refers to Obasanjo as Baba. And Obasanjo, of course, a man of quick and sharp wit. So there it is right there. Peter Obi, now he comes into play. It was just as early as yesterday that we were doing the permutations and concluding that Tinubu was a master tactician. He was a master tactician for having abandoned the law conference to go and waylay Wike in London and try to get him on board his ambition. But then it looks as though Wike is anybody's bride. Whoever has the highest dollars, he would drop his panties for them. And he's dropping his panties all over the place. ATIKU meets Wike in London. The long-awaited meeting between former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Governor Wike finally took place yesterday in London. Details of the meeting between the two PDP leaders were not disclosed, but it centered around reconciliation and the need to move the party forward. Those present at the meeting, aside from Atiku and Wike, were Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Governor Okezia Ikpeazu of Abia, and his Benue State counterpart, Samuel Otom. So there it is right there. And now we need that decision now to be made by Wike, because Wike is proving to be too big a distraction to the trajectory, to the thrust towards the elections. So too much time is being spent on this Wike storyline. So he now needs, having now auditioned all the horses in play, he now needs to make a decision, pick a horse, and place his bet on that horse. So no more Wike this and no more Wike that. The next Wike headline, which will be the final Wike headline, and that is to say that it's going in a certain direction. So enough of the distraction from Wike, but he continues to distract for the rest of the day. Sowore reacts as Obasanjo Obi Wike meet in London. The presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has reacted to reports that former President Olusegun Obasanjo, presidential candidate of the Labour Party Peter Obi, Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State, Governor Samuel Otom of Benue, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, and others met in London. The Nigerian leaders were on Thursday seen in photographs as they met for yet to be identified reasons. This is the most ridiculous yet comment that written is Daily Post. So yet to be identified reason. Maybe they were talking about the upcoming match between Leicester City and Chelsea. Maybe that's why they met in London. Yet to be look, that's just the most foolish of comments. That the Nigerian leaders on Thursday were seen in photographs as they met for yet to be the identified reasons in London. No, no, they were there to discuss when the Queen is going to hand over to Prince Charles. What a nonsense! I'm almost inclined, I'm minded to abandon it just there. There are speculations that the reason for the foreign meeting could not be unconnected with the 2023 presidential election. You don't say. Reacting, Showore described Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, and others at the meeting as special citizens who he said earned maximum wages. According to Showore, the politicians were meeting in London to decide the future of the ordinary citizens, saying their wages are more than those of Nigerian workers in 10 states. Showore maintains that the cost of their private jets to London is more than the education budget of some states in a year. We can't continue like this, he said in a hashtag, his words. These are the special citizens of Nigeria earning maximum wage. The wages of these privileged rulers meeting in London to decide your future is way more than those Nigerian workers in 10 states of the Federation in 1 month. In fact, their cost of private jet transportation to London is more than the education budget of some states in a year. We can't continue like this. So there is Showore, of course, are doing exactly how he does. But it is just to reverse a little bit. It is quite pertinent to note that the meeting that involved Peter Obi had Obasanjo in the mix. So a lot of people feel that Obasanjo is leaning towards Peter Obi, but then Obasanjo, of course, he has met all the runners and riders, and he has not come out publicly to endorse anybody. But a lot of people reading, maybe from a prejudiced view, his body language, incline it towards Peter Obi. And this meeting now that he either facilitated or participated in, involving Wike, Obi, and these and Wike's posse, it wouldn't go anywhere to somewhat. It only adds flame, it only adds impetus to that leap of conclusion that Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi. So there it is right there. So completely away from that, but still within the Nigerian paradigm, former military chief Buratai Abubakar to appear before International Criminal Court over alleged human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings, compiled in 500-page document. A former chief of army staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, and his Nigerian Air Force counterpart, Air Marshal Sadiq Baba Abubakar, will soon face criminal charges at the International Criminal Court ICC over alleged human rights abuses and extrajudicial killings during their time as security chiefs. According to a civic group, the Africa Center for Human Rights, an extensive investigation has been carried out on the two former military chiefs, and the center has gathered sufficient evidence in a 500-page document to indict the former service chiefs at the ICC in Hague, Netherlands. The 5-year, 6-month tenure of Buratai and Abubakar was allegedly characterized by right abuses and extrajudicial killings of Nigerians by soldiers. Speaking for the African Center, Dr. Ifere Atufere. So let me take that again. Speaking for the African Center, Dr. Ifure Atufure catalogued on Tuesday the alleged atrocities under the two former service chiefs, which will be tendered at the ICC. In 2015, Buratai allegedly ordered the army to kill over 500 defenseless Shiites on grounds that they touched a general's chest. The incident, which was tagged the Zaria massacre, has further worsened the insecurity situation in the country. He is believed to have ordered the October 2020 shooting of innocent civilians who were protesting at the Lekki toll gate and sanctioned the extrajudicial massacre in Oyigbo, an Igbo settlement in Rivers State. The soldiers and officers involved in the killing were never prosecuted or punished, an indication the atrocities were committed with the approval of army leadership, the group said. Atufure said, meanwhile, civilian fatalities from airstrikes in conflict areas across Nigeria were a recurring dilemma under Abubakar. In April 2020, at least 17 people, mostly women and their children, playing under mango trees, were said to have been killed when a fighter jet belonging to the Nigerian Air Force accidentally dropped a bomb at Sakotoku village in Damboa local government area of Borno State. In September 2021, a dozen civilians in Buhari village in Yunusari local government area of Yobe State were bombed by a military aircraft, and more than 20 other residents suffered different degrees of injuries. 2 weeks after, 20 fishermen were killed when Air Force targeted terrorist camps in Damba, Masara, in the Lake Chad area. Ground troops were also victims of these accidental bombings. In April 2021, some soldiers were killed after a fighter jet belonging to the Nigerian Air Force shelled a military truck in Borno State. But just as ICC Chief Prosecutor Fatou Bensouda said last year that the court had received sufficient information to investigate the pair for alleged war crimes, they were confirmed as ambassadors. Whilst Buratai was posted to Benin Republic, the Senate confirmed Abubakar as the country's ambassador to Chad. Article 29 of the Vienna Convention protects diplomats from arrest and grants them immunity against civil and criminal prosecutions. Diplomats must not be liable to any form of arrest or detention. They are immune from civil or criminal prosecution, though the sending country may waive this right under Article 12, it states. However, after nearly a year, Abubakar in particular can be prosecuted after relinquishing his role to join partisan politics. He is the governorship candidate of the All Progressive Congress in Bauchi State for next year's general elections, and the African Center for Human Rights said it has compiled a 500-page document and will petition the ICC to resume its case of corruption, rights abuse, and extrajudicial killings against the former CAS. Atufere added that Abubakar should be in jail in the first place and not be rewarded for his crime in a sane society. He noted that the center had been in touch with the ICC, and in the coming days, the retired Air Marshal would be invited and prosecuted. Atufure said Abubakar must provide explanation for the multiple avoidable crashes under his watch, despite billions invested in purchasing fighter jets. So far, Abubakar has not accounted for all the crashes involving the Nigerian Air Force jets under his watch. So I think that's the gist of it. I'm not quite sure that will really... all right. All right, let me just give you the fullness of it. Sometimes these things, they tail off and I just feel inclined to abandon it. So far, Abubakar has not accounted for all the crashes involving the Nigerian Air Force jets under his watch. This is despite spending billions of naira for the procurement of training and fighter jets, he said. It is on record that virtually all the aircraft that was purchased by the former chief are not only poorly refurbished with record-breaking, highly inflated prices, but were technically risky and not safe to undergo the kind of pressure it underwent. While the nation and the aggrieved families of victims of corruption, official ineptitude, and greed in the system continued to wait in futile to wait for a futile report of the crashes. There is so far no hope that justice will ever be done to revisit the scandals in Abubakar's tenure and how such practices cost the life of vibrant, intelligent, and promising young Nigerian officers and Nigerians as a whole, whilst the nation also continued to lose billions of naira in allocation to fraudulent supplies. So, quoting the forms of crimes against humanity listed in the Rome Statute, he said under Abubakar, the NAF committed murder, rape, imprisonment, enforced disappearance, enslavement, particularly of women and children, and sexual slavery and torture. So I'm not quite sure if that leads to anything, but I'll leave you to form your thoughts on that. Nigerian police seals off NNPP headquarters in Borno, arrest senatorial candidate. The Nigerian Police Force Borno State Command has sealed off the state headquarters of the new Nigeria's People's Party NNPP in Maiduguri, the state capital, amidst the crisis rocking the party. The party headquarters, alongside some of its offices, were sealed by the Borno State Urban Development Management Board on Thursday, correspondents report. The NNPP Borno State governorship candidate Dr. Umar Akali confirmed this whilst addressing newsmen in Maiduguri. They added that the party's central senatorial candidate, Honorable Otom Mohammed Meigira, was arrested after he honored a police invitation and he was currently behind bars. He said the police were deployed to the party secretariat alongside blah, blah, blah between Wednesday and Thursday to prevent the party members' entry into their offices. A visit to the junction at exactly 11:30 a.m. confirmed the presence of dozens of anti-riot policemen and civilian joint task force who were stationed there with patrol vehicles. Correspondents had on Wednesday reported that former governor of Kano State, Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, plans to dump the NNPP, citing several reasons. Shekarau, who is currently representing the Kano Central Senatorial District, had confirmed his defection plan, even as he did not disclose the party he was defecting to, whilst addressing a crowd of supporters at the Kano Foundation office along BUK Road. Whilst accusing Kwakwanso of not only betraying him, he had said the presidential candidate also humiliated him, narrating what transpired between him and Kwakwanso during his brief stay with NNPP. So there it is right there. It's just really to document that space as NNPP continues to fall apart. We did conclude that Kwakwanso is not going to last up to the ballot, but I'm now almost of the thought that it's not even going to last up to the end of the year before he folds and then joins some serious player. ATIKU allies float group to capture Southwest. So now an audacious plan now. Let's see if it means anything. Allies of former vice president and presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, have unveiled a new group on the aegis of Atiku People United, purposely to rally support for their candidate in 2023. The meeting, which held Tuesday in Lagos State, had 10 representatives each from the 57 local government areas and LCDAs in Southwest in attendance. A statement released Thursday in Abuja and signed on behalf of the coordinating council by Pastor Kayode Jacobs said the Southwest PDP secretary and coordinating leader of the group, Honorable Rahman Owo Koniran, commended the participants for the huge turnout at a very short notice. He explained why the movement must run with distinct identity. According to him, there are too many people doing too many things for Atiku Okowa. but we must identify and know those who can do the work and deliver the votes for PDP. To us, getting the votes is paramount. Every other ceremonies come after. Whilst unveiling the name and logo of the group, Dr. Babs Akinlolu, a United States of America-based finance expert, said the Southwest will miss it if they vote wrongly. This is the time to vote ATIKU, as one good turn deserves another. Apart from the fact that he once stepped down for Southwest, he is married to a Yoruba woman, Alhaja Titilayo ATIKU, and he's a man who believes in devolution of power, also being a Southwestern agenda and aspiration for many years. In his message delivered by Pastor Kayode Jacobs, our Chief Dapo Sarumi said, ATIKU People United is a movement of friends and patriots who believe in a unified and peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. He said this is the time to bond and be strong together to rescue our nation from obvious and unacceptable failure. So there it is right there. ATIKU then gathers a bunch of Yoruba opportunists to try and seize hold of Yoruba land. So good luck with that. And I wonder how that plays out for him. So this now the final readout. And then there's a video clip that goes with this. And then we come into the room to see if and who is ready to take it on. ATIKU is a veteran loser. I don't know Peter Obi, Governor Masari. So there it is. Katsina State Governor AMINU Masari has said the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, is better than Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. The governor stated this during an interview with TVC in response to a question on the chances of Tinubu winning the 2023 presidential election. Who is better than him in the political terrain of Nigeria today? Masari asked. When asked about the chances of the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, he said the former vice president, though formidable, is a veteran loser. I think Atiku is a formidable force, but our force is greater than him, and he knows that. He's a veteran of contesting elections and also a veteran loser, he said. The governor dismissed talks that 2023 is Atiku's best chance of becoming president, saying that was said several times and it never came to pass, and this one will never come to pass. Asked if Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi was better, Masari said, I don't know him. Somebody who was governor of Anambra State, go and ask a Katsina man and the politicians how many of them know Peter Obi. We are talking about presidential candidate of Nigeria, somebody who has cut all barriers, tribal, religious, regional, name it. When asked if Nigerians of northern extraction were buying into the Tinubu candidacy, Masari replied, they've already bought into it. First of all, Bola Tinubu is not a new name in politics of Nigeria, and we, the people of Katsina, know the role he played in 2015 for the emergence of Muhammad Buhari. We know the support he gave in 2019 for the continuation of Buhari. We here in Katsina are not ingrates. So there it is right there. And that is the Katsina State governor's verdict on what's it called? The field. So that's his verdict on the field. Let me acknowledge Adekunle Adekeye's super chat. We all super chats to speak the truth. Best platform ever, one man, Ajale Koko, and the mighty Mr. Gomez. So thank you for the super chat, Kunle. So well done. So let's go on then and bring the panelists on straight away. The Ajale Koko, of course, that Adekunle referred to, the mighty one, he's here. Ayo, a strong voice on the platform, he's here as well. Solly, the youth from Amsterdam, he joins us to spare his time with us. IPOB San Diego, so he's a new voice that we're delighting in at the moment. Saki Fada, the man with the baritone, and the man from down under, Thomas. So that's the field, and to it then. So, gentlemen, good to see you. Let me come straight to it and go straight to Sully. Sully, are you ready to go?
Yes, yes.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Sully. And to it then. So, what is Wike's intention exactly? Because it's as clear as confused can be. It's as confused as clear can be. And what's going on? So, just as early as yesterday, we were just concluding that Tinubu was a master tactician for being able to color Wike in London and talk him on board his ticket. And we were then going to speculate just what electoral value Wike brings to Tinubu. And we were concluding then that slam dunk that Tinubu will be president. 24 hours a long time in politics. As early as today, Obasanjo takes Peter Obi to meet Wike. What are you making of that, Solly?
I've been saying it for a while. This guy is just exercising his options. Who was the last person Tinubu met? It was Obasanjo and it was Wike. Who is the last person Peter? Who is Peter Obi meeting now? Obasanjo and Wike. I think they are actually considering their options with Obi. It's not the final nail on the coffin.
Who do you think Obasanjo is leaning towards? Because, of course, he has entertained everybody. Everybody has been there to visit him. But who do you think, because he has not come out to categorically endorse anyone, but who do you think his body language, Obasanjo's body language, is endorsing?
I think knowing that man, knowing him, I feel like he's leaning towards Obi. The Afenifere, I forgot how to say.
Afenifere.
Afenifere, they tend to speak more like OBJ. They have those kind of aligned thoughts. It's very few Yoruba.
You mean conservative Yoruba values?
I think so. I think that is what it is. Very, very few, very, very minuscule percentage of Yorubas are like that. But I think he's leaning towards Obi. But at the end of the day,
But why would he lean towards Obi?
Like I said recently, in this OBJ's past few years, he's acting like he's trying to make up for some things that I honestly feel don't matter anymore. I don't care if he wants to make up for anything.
Do you think he's trying to compensate the Southeast, or do you think he wants a paradigm shift from the old guards to a new type of politics?
I feel he has this idea of, for fairness and equity, that thing that Emilio used to say, for fairness and equity, you have to give it to the Southeast. He's a believer in one Nigeria. I don't really see him as a Yoruba man. I see him as a Nigerian man. He's a perfect example of a Nigerian man. Especially from that night that we're saying, what is a Nigerian? He's a perfect example of a Nigerian man. The tribe does not faze him. No matter what goes on, it does not faze him. He sticks to the Nigerianness through and through. Through all scenarios, all cases.
But how is endorsing Peter Obi demonstrating a Nigerianness?
Well, like I said, they are going with that idea of fairness and equity. It's time for the...
What about what is best for the country? Does that not supersede fairness and equity?
Exactly. That is why I said I don't always agree. In fact, I don't even think I've ever agreed with him. But that's what makes him a Nigerian. He believes in all those kind of fast, unrealistic. What's the word?
Do you think Obasanjo should take a back seat in politics rather than this frontal politics? Because if you think of Obasanjo, he is really not that much more from somebody like Babangida. Babangida will entertain you if you come to Mina, and he will let you take your photos, but he will not frontally come and endorse you, and he doesn't parade himself in the media like we see Obasanjo do all the time.
I believe at the end of the day, we have to look at their selfish interest. They may do the praising, the grandiosity, the picture taking, they all meet each other. Well, it all depends on what he wants. And I think in his in his own personal agenda, having Tinubu there will favor him and it will favor the country. I believe he can see that. But it is that unpredictability and lack of ability. Look, if Tinubu
Do
becomes,
you think it's a control thing with Obasanjo?
yes,
Because he can control Peter Obi, of course.
yes,
But he cannot
yes,
control Tinubu ever, and he cannot
yes.
never control ATIKU.
One man, if Tinubu becomes president, all this Fulani agenda and Fulanization, this thing that we're hearing, and this may be the end of it.
No, that it ends now automatically, immediately.
So they all know that. Yes, they acknowledge.
All right. Just on that, if Peter Obi, if he becomes president, does the Fulanization agenda end?
Never. They will frustrate
How
him.
would they be able to promote it under an Igbo presidency?
Well, majority of the forces that hold the gun of the country, they control it. First of all, with that, in the House of Assembly, House of Reps, they are going to frustrate him because they will want their way. And he is going to try to present a good, I'm trying to do this for the people. And they will fight all that. They will not want to hear. I don't even believe it's going to change anything. Because why would they change anything that doesn't favor them? But somebody like Tinubu, if he says you change this, who is going to argue? Because if you think that you have 5 steps ahead, Tinubu has 20 steps ahead. He's just waiting for you to betray him.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Xero.
I think you're getting it all wrong, Mr. Soli. If you think that everybody...
When did Soli become a mister? Go on. Soli, well, you're a mister now. Oh, yeah. Let's hear
it. Thank you, Xero.
Mr. Soli, you think that everybody in the house is solely on ethnic agenda. You are wrong. A typical example is what played out during the primaries for the candidacy. You saw how they were talking about delegates. It's all about deals and negotiations, less about ethnic. You'll be surprised, but you might want to argue now. Everybody sitting in that house, whether Senate or House of Assembly, they are in for their own interests. They are not typically ethnic as you see it. Once the deal is right, they will switch. So you can carry on.
Xero, you said it's not about ethnicity.
Ethnicity. No, they only use that during the elections, okay. Play on the poor. That's what, if on the rich end, it's about interest, not ethnicity.
Okay, I like that you said that. Now let's go with the ethnicity. What happened in PDP? What ATIKU did? Do you think it was tribal or it was not tribal? Do you think
you mean what Tambuwal did, not ATIKU?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really what Tambuwal did.
Let me explain to you what Tambuwal did. It's purely on interest. Wike cannot galvanize the Southeast. On the other hand, ATIKU can galvanize the North. He had just played his politics the way it is safest. If he pulled his resources on Wike, he will only get Sokoto and Rivers State. But if he pulled our resources on ATIKU, who has a wider network, they could get more than that, and they might, clinch it. He played his politics based on interest, not based on any.
I don't agree with that, Xero. The result is right for ATIKU to have the ticket, but yes. the reason that you are attributing to Tambuwal is wrong. Tambuwal, he played essentially an ethnic card in that space, and it was quite glaring. But the rest of what you said is right. ATIKU is a more formidable, a more viable candidate for the presidency than Wike, who is just a River State man.
Exactly. Even Wike now, as you see it, after the next 8 months, he becomes useless unless he again plays the politics of interest, which is negotiations now are going underground. Every one of them is seeking relevance, and is seeking relevance.
Well, of course, they are seeking relevance. They are politicians now. What do you think the job is? A politician, that's their job now to seek relevance.
So they are all there for their interest. It's not all ethnic like you see it. No, it's from the poor man angle that it is ethnic. They use those things to, gather votes. They do it here in Europe when you hear the immigration politics and all that. They use it to scatter the ground so that people will, come to them.
All right. Thank
you.
you. All right. Back to you, Solly. So back to you, Solly. So you were speaking on the meeting between Obasanjo, Wike, and Peter Obi. Curiously enough, and by the way, we're pushing for 30 new subscribers during the course of this session. So if you're not already subscribed and you have no reason not to subscribe, then please do. And click on the like button as well. So click on like and subscribe. We'd like to hit a minimum of 30 new subscribers in the course of this streaming. But a curiosity, Peter Obi meeting Wike is still the cut and thrust of politics. But if you add Obasanjo to the mix, then that adds a new dimension. Solly.
I think they are just checking their options so that they can know where their interest aligns. It's just like going for a job interview in different places. All the places that you went to do job interview, they don't know, but now you have 5 options and you pick the best. At the end of the day, they are going to align it to selfish interests. What Obi wants, does it favor them? I don't think it favors them. Unless Obi is not going to do what he promised, unless he's not going to do what he promised the people. If you say the House of Rep and not are not going to, they will fight him tooth and nail. They will frustrate him, and he's going to stay there for only 4 years because what he wants does not benefit them. It benefits the people, and the people don't have the power. The people that have the power and will let things happen are the people that are sitting there at that moment, and you have to satisfy them too. So if Wike and OBJ are going there, then Obi has to be able to promise them something for them to support him. And
all right. I'm not sure that Obi necessarily needs to promise Obasanjo something, but he might well needs to give certain, give some reassurances to Wike. So what sort of price do you think Wike would demand of Peter Obi to sway his support in his direction? What do you speculate that he would be demanding of him?
That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know what he can offer. If it's Tinubu will have plenty options to give him. But I don't know how Obi appoints his people. I don't know how Obi gives people appointments. So I cannot speak on that. At the end of the day, Wike, I personally believe Wike is going to go with Tinubu because he has more to gain there. He doesn't have to pretend to be a good guy. He doesn't have to. He will just get whatever he wants under Tinubu easily.
Do you think Wike thinks that Obi can and will win the election? Do you think Wike thinks that?
I believe Wike is smart enough to know that he cannot get those northern votes.
So if Wike knows that Peter Obi is not going to win the election, then why is he hosting him?
Because Wike likes to behave like a pretty woman. He likes to give everybody. Yes, now, he likes to give everybody blood pressure. He loves the attention. He had a band playing what he was saying. If this guy was not a politician, we would all look at him like this guy was just an attention seeking. He loves the attention. So he's going.
What do you mean he has a band playing? Do you mean it's a River State something?
Yes.
I can't resist now. When you say things like that, I can't resist. So you ask for it.
That is not normal.
All right. It's a River State something, Abi.
When they bend them, sweet us. When they sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to bend them. As in the bend them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to bend them. As in the bend them, you go to sweet us.
If Wike was a woman, it would be one of those high maintenance babes. It's just,
he will drain your account. He will drain your account.
He will be
a
hellish
while he's doing it. He's that kind of person. He loves the attention. But at the end of the day, I believe he already knows what he's going to do.
Yes.
No, if not, he would have done.
I'm somewhat on board. Actually, before we reach conclusions, let's go on to, because Wike is still in play, and ATIKU, that meeting that ATIKU should have had with him a long time ago, it looks as though it has actually now finally taken place in London. ATIKU meets Wike in London. So, what do you think that meeting would be about? Do you think anything significant would come out of it? Do you think that meeting has come too late? And why do you even think that Wike facilitated for it?
That meeting has obviously come too late. How many times has ATIKU gone to meet him? How many people in PDP have begged him? You know, it's too late. There's nothing that is going to change. If he was going to accept, you accept. Now he's disgracing them. The amount of effort and time they are supposed to be putting into campaign and going against Tinubu and Obi, they are using it to beg Wike. Can you imagine? You know, so he's dragging them down. He knows what he's doing. He just likes their attention. They cheated him, so he's going to waste their time. Like he said, he's not going to be the reason. Like he's not going to be the reason they lose, but he's going to be the reason they lose because he's not going to do anything. By his action to do nothing, they are going to lose. It's just payback. Payback. That's all it is. Petty payback.
All right. So in conclusion, so Wike has now auditioned all the runners and riders. So in conclusion, where do you think he, in your own personal opinion, of course, where do you think he would sway his influence and why? So where do you think he will sway his influence and why?
I think he will favor APC winning. That way he can get back. If he truly does not want to leave PDP, if APC win, he can get back in control of PDP and try his luck after Tinubu's first term. But for now, if PDP wins, I don't think he wants that. I don't think he wants that. It will not favor his ego in any way. You know, he will rather rule over the ashes than let them take the glory that he saw himself taking. You know, so you rather favor. He may not join Tinubu camp, but he will do things to favor them winning the election.
So he would not leave the PDP, but
I don't think
but work against it from within.
I think he's too emotionally attached to PDP to leave. The amount of investments. He has said the story many times, but he feels nobody cares. He said when the party was down, he was there. He held it down.
Do you sympathize with him? Do you have some sympathy for him?
I do not sympathize with
or
him.
Do you maybe sympathy the wrong word? Well, yeah. Do you see where it's coming from? That's a
yes, I do see where it's coming from. I do understand where he's coming from. I will understand if you are in that same position. You understand where he's coming from. Do I sympathize with him? No. Do I feel sorry for him? No. I do not.
No, don't feel sorry for him. Or these guys cruising around in private jets. Do not feel sorry for them at all. Let me take you to a different talking point. There's a video clip that summarizes this, so I'll play you it. It's about 3 minutes. They're about just under 3 minutes. It's the governor of Katsina State, and he might well be a political just journeyman, but the fact that he's the governor of Katsina State, which is Buhari's home state, and by the way, a lot of people will tell you that Katsina is actually the spiritual homeland. Or you may think it's Futajalan, but Katsina, a lot of people, especially northerners, they'll tell you that that's the spiritual homeland of the Fulanis. So he speaks with those calling cards, and this is what he has to say, AMINU Masari. So listen to this and then tell me what you're making of it.
How would you assess Bola Tinubu's chances?
I think we're assessing his chances now. Who is better than him in the political trail of Nigeria today?
Some people think Obi is better.
Who?
Some people think Peter Obi is better than him.
I don't know him.
Some will say
I don't know him. Somebody who was a governor of Anambra. You go and ask a Katsina man, the politician, how many of them know Peter Obi? This is not, we are talking about a presidential candidate of Nigeria. Somebody who has cut all barriers, tribal, religious, regional, name it. Somebody. ATIKU is a formidable force. No doubt you can. ATIKU is a force. But our force is greater than him. Our force is greater than him, and he knows that. He is a veteran of contesting elections.
Yes.
And also
This looks like
a veteran loser.
this looks like his best chance.
No, no. That was said several times. That was said several times. And it never came to pass. And this one will never come to pass.
So Bola Tinubu is the next president.
Inshallah.
Are the people here in the north, especially in your states, are they buying into the Bola Tinubu project?
They have already bought into it.
You're constantly engaging with them.
You see, first of all, like you said, Bola is not a new name in politics of Nigeria. And we, the people of Katsina, we know the role played by Bola Tinubu in 2015 for the emergence of Muhammadu Buhari. We know the support he gave in 2019 for the continuation of Muhammadu Buhari. And we know we here in Katsina, we are not ingrates. We are not ingrates.
So there it is, Solly. So there are several things to unpick from what the chap is saying, Governor Masari of Katsina State. So he was invited to give commentaries on the runners and riders. He was quite derisory in his assessment of Peter Obi. He feigned ignorance of even knowing at all that there was anybody called Peter Obi. And you saw how he scoffed and went, he scoffed as soon as the presenter asked him the question that I don't know him. Can it come just from ex-governor of Anambra State to come into the vastness that is the Nigerian presidency? So he was quite dismissive of and by the way, he went on to say, go on the streets of Katsina and ask them the same question and come back and tell me how many people even recognize the name, never mind having an opinion about him. So this is a lot of the narrative around the Peter Obi space, that the noise is essentially a southern noise and the south is not the whole of Nigeria. So that northern penetration, certainly one of the seniors in the north, they don't identify that. But then he acknowledged ATIKU as a contender, but he went on to say he's a serial loser. But then, of course, that is just party politics. But what do you make of the Katsina State governor's assessment of the field? Sorry.
I believe that behind closed doors, they would have probably spoken about Obi, and many, many times he would have played Obi down. So that scoff was a scoff, I feel anyway, was a scoff of unbelief. Like, he was in disbelief. Like, in this interview, we are talking about this, and you are bringing up Peter Obi, Then he remembered that he was the governor of Anambra State. Then he came back to reality, just and started saying, "Oh, the man in Katsina, he had a bit of glimpse in his head, like, could this be possible? Could this happen?" Then he brought himself back to reality. He's just said almost word for word what we've been repeating on this platform since. But if we say it on this platform, all of a sudden we hate, you start seeing comments. You say, this guy is an Igbo hater. When we're just saying facts. We're just saying facts. It's basically
no,
just...
it's the northern penetration. I mean, nobody wins an election without penetrating the south, if you're a northerner, and
Yes.
go and ask Buhari if you don't believe. He tried 3 times, Olule, according
Yes.
to... And nobody wins an election in Nigeria without penetrating the north. So you have to strike some equibalence, and this is the Achilles heel of the Obi narrative.
Yes, but when you tell it to obedience...
Now leave the obedience alone. Just do the assessment, man.
Instead
you
of acknowledging
luxuriate in it too much. You delight in it.
No.
So,
but we have to
Sale,
talk about it.
Sale,
Wait,
Sale.
let me finish.
Hold on. Let's
answer.
land that point and then let's go come in.
When someone else says something like this, you what I expect is that you say, if these people keep saying we've not penetrated the north, you start making plans and plots to penetrate this knot, not see it as an attack towards a group, not see it as downplaying a group, not saying that this is just critical analysis. And this is why this is the thing about APC. They will take your criticism, they will take everything and they will mash it up together for their own advantage. They are becoming an unformidable force because they are understanding the gameplay more and more. They're understanding their powers and they're understanding their weaknesses. And this is why they will continue to have the advantage.
All right. All right. Let us San Diego interject. San Diego, you wanted to say?
Yeah, good day, good evening, everybody. How you doing? One man, Solly, how are you?
I'm good. Good to have you.
Good. I'm trying to get my thought back. Anyway, this is one of the empty brain IPOB. Okay, I am.
You're a superstar. You are no empty brain.
Yeah, obedient. But anyway, in reference to what we were talking about, Solly tend to make a comment. You know, when he made that comment, he made a generalization like all obedience, you know, they behave the same, which is not true. I mean, you may have some, zealous fans or whatever, you know, it's not all obedience behave the same or kind of try to object to what he's saying. So I hope you stop making that generation. That's my own opinion. I'm not telling you have to because, you know, you are...
No, he has to. He has to. You can't...
Right. But it's just my own opinion, okay?
But I didn't say...
Hold on, Solly. You have to take that... because you do make those sweeping statements. You can't sweep off everybody.
But one man, this is just all policing. I didn't say all. You can't, every time I talk, you can't just assume that I'm saying all.
Okay, why don't you substitute all with some? You know, because
I said obedience. I didn't say
it's all. When you use the word D, you know what that qualifies to. It means all. But anyway, it's not a core issue. I'm just raising it. I'm just making a point.
Just take the correction, man. Just take the correction.
But this is just all policing. If I say you can't all police me all the time. You are the one.
No, police. Yeah, one try like to correct. Take a simple mistake. I mean, just take simple correction. Could mean anything or lose anything.
It's not a simple
correction.
Sorry, you good. It's not a big deal at all.
I will take correction.
You can correct me, and I will take a correction.
Okay.
No, Solly is notorious for that. He never takes correction.
No. I will take correction if I meant it. I will say
when you say D, you are generalizing.
It's a misuse of language.
No.
It's a misuse of language.
It's just a simple correction. It's a simple.
But carry on. Just use that for the future. So, because if you say all, then that is all encompassing. And as San Diego said, you cannot say the totality.
So on this on this platform, have people not said the Yorubas many times?
Don't worry about that. If somebody pulls it up, then we correct it.
They have. So why can other people say the Yorubas and nobody says anything? But I'll say the obedience, and somebody will just turn it to me saying all. Why is my own word always misinterpreted?
All right, settle down. Can you settle? Sorry, when I say settle down, I mean settle down. Settle down.
It's double standard.
Can you settle down, please? So, San Diego has highlighted it to you. I agree with what he has said. It's up to you whether you take it or not, but round off your thought on that space. But I don't want to labor that anymore. So it's up to you if you take it on board or not, but round off your thought on that space. Whatever it is that you were talking about.
Okay, I'll just move on to the next topic.
All right. So you were on Governor Masari. I'll come back to you in a moment, but I want to go to Middleman, who we may be losing anytime soon, because I think
you see what they are putting. One man, you are the one encouraging this thing.
Encouraging what?
Look at the comment section saying "kick him out," "shut up, my friend." All this kind of nonsense. You encourage.
Don't worry. We just started now.
You encourage it.
No, I'm not encouraging. Can you settle down, please?
Yes or no? Do they say the Yorubas?
No, hold on.
They say it or not? They say it.
Sorry. When I say settle down, I mean settle down. Just settle down.
What I'm saying is not a lie.
Can you settle down, please? Look, it's not really as big as you have made it into. It's just a minor little adjustment in presentation, which San Diego was right to highlight, which I agree with. But then it's at your discretion if you accept it or not. But I don't want to label it more than what it is. So it's at your discretion whether you take it or not, but certainly it's been highlighted to you. But let me go on to Middleman. So Middleman, you are up next, and Yemsin Wike now suddenly the beautiful bride of the Nigerian political space. Just what weight does he carry that everybody is cutting him so heavily? ATIKU in play, Peter Obi in play, and Tinubu rather initiated that space. Even Obasanjo had to hold Peter Obi's hands to go and present him to Yemsin Wike. So what's in play then in London? These are everybody on private jets.
Can you hear me, one man?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Good evening, one man. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I hope you're all settled. I was listening to your small fight.
That's Solly, isn't it? Always Solly. Well, carry on.
Well, you see that meeting. If you minus the presence of Obasanjo, I would just take it as normal political, zigzag in this, something that is common in this season. ATIKU has met Wike. Even Kwankwaso has met Wike. Tinubu's boys have met Wike. Peter Obi has met him before, and then again, So I wouldn't read much into it if it wasn't for the presence of Obasanjo, what he's doing there. And you asked Solly if Obasanjo was supporting Wike.
Yes, are you reading that from his body language? Are you reading that from his body language that he supports Peter Obi?
I don't think he's supporting any. I think it's the case of the enemy of my enemy. The adversary of my adversary. I think he supports anybody that can beat ATIKU, that can keep ATIKU away from the presidency. That is what I think of Obasanjo. I don't see him especially supporting anybody per se. I mean, I think he'll be okay with Peter Obi's presidency if it becomes the case. And I think he will be okay with Tinubu's presidency if that becomes the case. But I don't think he will be that okay with ATIKU's. Not that ATIKU will do anything to him, but he just doesn't think ATIKU is the right person to stay anywhere near Asura.
But if his operation stop ATIKU, the best chance to stop ATIKU will be Bola Tinubu.
Is it really?
Well, yes. I mean, the front runners are Tinubu, ATIKU, and Peter Obi keeping them honest. Would you not say that?
Well, I think I would say that Tinubu has a very is the front, but not by that far. You see something and this goes to address to what Governor Masari said. Something about Nigeria. We have to remember a little. Let me. I won't take you on a wide ride.
Go on.
So something about Nigeria. We have to remember how Nigeria was created by the British, molded a lot of ethnic nationalities together, and they did something. They rested Nigeria upon a tripod, right? Of the largest ethnic groups. That is the Igbos, the Hausas, and the Yorubas. That is how it was then. And I think it is still somewhat like that today, at least in the political arena. After the Civil War, from the Civil War downwards to the Second Republic, the Third Republic, and now the Fourth Republic, the Igbos have not really been keen to play the Nigerian politics or to, insert themselves in the Nigerian politics. So I think that is what has what has brought this confusion about Peter Obi's candidacy somewhat, or because it's something new or something nobody anticipated or nobody.
I will go as far as to say, Middleman, that Peter Obi is the first southeast entree into the Nigerian politics. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria that the Southeast has properly with the full chest come into play in real serious politics. I've never known it. I've never known anyone who else has. This is the first time that the Southeast has come into Nigerian politics, as far as I can see.
When I say the Southeast, I mean what I really mean is the people from the Southeast are they are consciously engaged in wanting to participate or to participate in the direction of the country, not necessarily a candidate or a person, a personality, or even
I disagree with you, middleman.
Well, wait, let me conclude.
Yeah.
So that is not where I was even going to. Where I wanted to go is that because these three tribes are the largest tribes in Nigeria, the largest ethnic nationalities. Let me stop calling them tribes.
Yeah, I heard that word tribe as well. Yeah, but
the largest ethnic nationality. If a Yoruba man tomorrow, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, comes out to run for presidency of Nigeria, and he has the majority support of the Yoruba people, he is a formidable candidate. Any day, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care who he is. He just have to have the support of his people, majority support. If a Hausa or a Fulani man representing the far north, if a candidate comes out from there with the support, majority support of his people, he is a powerhouse, a power to be reckoned with. So is an Igbo man. If an Igbo man comes out with the support of majority of Igbos in the Nigerian space, he is a powerhouse and should be recognized as that. And that is the mistake people made initially with P2B. Dismissing him. Oh, he doesn't have this.
The Southeasterners are the second largest ethnic groupings within Nigeria outside of the Hausas. They are larger in number than the Yorubas.
I don't know about that.
Well, yes, I've checked.
So, but what I'm trying to say here.
No, that's just to say how formidable they are if they converge as one entity. Carry on.
Yeah. But the peculiarity of this election cycle is this. We are having some sort of wazobia, because before now you would have somebody from the north, and they would align with somebody that pulls some weight from the east or from the west to win the election. But in this cycle, you have sort of Wazobia mix kind of cycle. So that's why you're not finding simple or direct alliances, easy alliances between regions, because everybody's sticking to their man, right? So in this case, you have ATIKU and Kwankwaso in the north. Because just to explain what I'm trying to say, I will put ATIKU and Kwankwaso vote in one bucket, right? And Peter Obi in the east and Tinubu in the west. So how do you win this election? How do you win this election, in one straight without
going to second ballot?
Yes, without going to second ballot. How do you win this election appealing to what here in America would be the independent voters, meaning those in Nigeria that will equate today, I'm not saying always, today it will equate to those that are not Hausa, not Igbo, not Yoruba. Those are the people that will swing the election either way. So that is when if anybody thinks that one round-headed
how critical a mass is that space? So you're talking about the south, you're talking about the middle belt, yes, and maybe
very critical.
Central.
Very critical, because there you have so many tribes and so many ethnic tribes again, so many ethnic nationalities, so those are the people you have to appeal to, you know. So if anybody thinks that that some round-headed Ajokutamamomi from Onitsha will go to Oshun and defeat Tinubu, that person is delusional. If you think Tinubu will go to the north, that far north, and beat the vote, the totality of the vote, beat ATIKU and Kwakwanso put together, that person you are dreaming. It's not going to happen. If you think Obi will go there and do the same thing, it's not going to happen. Today is like saying that ATIKU will come to the southeast, to Onitsha, and beat Obi. It's not going to happen. People are sticking to their guns, and they don't care what, they don't care. The outcome is just consequential to them. They don't care what happens, but they are sticking to their guns. So they are, I think the pathway, the easiest path, because alliances, national alliances. When I say national, I mean the ethnic nationalities.
Yeah, the composite nationalities of the country. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So international alliances right now is difficult because of that. Because everybody thinks they got their votes in their pocket. Everybody think they got a shot and they can take a slice away from this. So when Masari is saying what he's saying, it is still the same mistake they started making when they, oh, it's just the internet, oh, it's just some few people, oh, it will die down, oh, he will pack up and support ATIKU. Oh,
but let's unpick what Masari said a little bit, because when the presenter, who was that? That was Babat Otitoju. When he was putting the question to Masari, that what about the other contenders in the field, and he mentioned and Peter Obi's name, he had a visceral reaction. He scoffed and he rolled his eyes, you know, just somewhat in incredulousness. And then he went on to say that who on the streets of Katsina is aware of this guy? Even the politicians in Katsina, they barely know him. And then he went, and I think this was somewhat, it was being a acerbic somewhat to describe him as just the ex-governor of Anambra State. But in that space, is that assessment not essentially right? That in the core north, yes, some of the intellectuals will know of Peter Obi, but the bulk of the mass, they probably don't even know that he exists.
Yeah, I don't know how important that is basically the same thing Shetima said about like Amelawa, being a tomato salad. Yeah, that is basically the same thing. That is how politicians talk. And I understand they want to impress their people. They want to, exercise that, implant some ideas in the heads of their people. That is why they talk like that. That could be true. But like I said, I don't think that goes. Peter Obi is going to Katsina, to some dusty border town in Katsina, with Niger Republic to defeat anybody there. He's not. That is, if that is what he's going to focus on, then he will spend all his time.
Middleman, can I ask you something, please?
Go on.
Okay, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we dismiss 11 million votes Buhari claimed he had in the north bank card, even though it's not on the ballot paper? Can it influence the vote for Tinubu in any way?
No, of course we cannot dismiss that. That is a huge mass of vote. But one thing in politics, and this is the same thing all over the world, no politician, no matter, I don't care how strong you are, you don't transfer votes.
But you influence it, though. You influence it.
You influence it to some extent. You don't transfer votes. Now, what makes this time a little bit different is that you have sons of the soil running from there. You have some. You understand, Thomas? You have.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. But it will still influence it a little bit. You can't set all the calm down, my brother. You cancel all the 11 million votes for Buhari that is bankered that we know. Everything will go to Kwakwanso or to ATIKU.
No, sorry, Medoman. Apologies, Medoman. Just to address that space for a moment. The 11 million votes for Buhari, they are not bankers, as you may be suggesting, Thomas, because those votes are going to be they are going to be put to the acid test under this new dispensation of electoral practices that we have. You know, because those votes, they are usually phantom votes. They are phantom votes and written figures. But in this dispensation of digitalized elections that we're running, when you have to come and thumbprint to biomatch your data, then we actually see just how true. Those are phantom numbers. It doesn't have 11 million votes anywhere. Those are just made up figures.
Yeah, but let's even consider it for argument's sake. Let's even say he has those 11 million votes. What I'm trying to say is this: is Tinubu, for instance, getting 30% of that vote with the vote in the Southwest is not enough. It's just not enough. So he has to eat in deeper than that. And I don't see that happening when you have two sons of the soil. Buhari
Can I ask you a question? So why do you think Tinubu will not get 50% of that 11 million votes?
I just told you why.
Because those votes are loyal specifically to Buhari.
Exactly.
And if Buhari is not in play, then they move their loyalty to their kinsman and clansman rather than some foreigner.
Okay, time will tell.
Yeah, of course, time will tell.
Middleman, it just needs 25%, not 30%.
No. I'm talking a block vote. I'm not saying state by state. Tinubu could win in Katsina and lose other states. It still doesn't add up. So I'm not saying the 25% is state by state, is according to the Constitution. So that is a little bit different from what I'm trying to say here. I don't know if maybe I'm just
No, you're coming across. You are making sense. There is logic to it.
Yeah. So I think the initial mistake is because if you notice, initially prior to the primaries of the PDP, the Igbos didn't have a candidate. They didn't present a candidate. They seemed not to even be interested in it. When Peter Obi was going to Katsina, going to Adamawa, going to Borno, doing his talking, his whatever he was doing there, and he came down to the southwest, and he went to the southeast at the final stage. That is when you started hearing some echoes of Peter Obi, but from outside Igbo land, interestingly. It was one here, one there, nothing like what it is today, but it was from outside Igbo land. So Nigerians outside the Igbo nation chose Peter Obi before the Igbo people went, started doing all this, going out to register, and now they are championing it. Before they decided to stand by him, and once they enter like that, he is strong in the southeast, just as strong as Tinubu is in the southwest. And not just in the southeast or in the southwest. Tinubu is stronger. If you bring 10 Yoruba people, one living in Borno, one living in Sokoto, one living in Plateau, anywhere, and you ask them, who are you going to vote? 7 to 8 of them will tell you that they will vote for Tinubu. Same thing, Igbo people. Same thing, Hausa Fulani people. So that is the advantage of it. That is what I'm saying. The only peculiarity of this election, I think, is that you have 3 candidates from these 3 major ethnic groups. That is why it is difficult to have alliance. That is why you see Wike having the importance he has. That is why he is doing his Inyanga, Shakara. That is the only reason.
Do you think the reason why they are cutting Wike so heavily is because of the River State vote, or because of the policy that it influences? Because in the Wike policy, you have, of course, Seyi Makinde, you have the governor of Abia State, and you have Samuel Otom. So it's not just the River State vote that is in play, is it? It is a sphere of influence that is in play.
Yeah, he does have his group. He does have his group in the PDP. But let me tell you, at least in River State and in Abia State, those governors, I doubt if they can transfer even 50% of their votes to any to the candidate, if it's not candidate that is compatible with the people. You have to understand that people that have been PDP and they have always voted PDP, independent of no matter who the candidate, they have the natural tendency to be anti-APC. That is something. So Wike Wike going around, people cutting him it goes back to what I was saying. You have to win the independent voters this time. That is why Peter Obi is going to have meeting with the Middle Belt and the Pandef and all those people. And that is where the importance of Wike comes from. That is why now, if Wike would support Tinubu, for instance, that will practically destroy PDP. So somebody was saying that he will inherit PDP, he will become the king. What will be left of the PDP? You think the northern part of the PDP will just accept him being king when he's not governor, and after they have the perception that he caused them the election? So what PDP, and he's not as if Wike is the most loved person in the South.
No, it's quite a divisive character, isn't it? It's like Marmite. You either love him or hate him.
What will be left of the PDP that he wants to inherit? That is where I don't know what he's doing. It's becoming childish. I mean,
sorry, Meduma, let me ask you this question, because this might well be one of the deciding factors for 2023. Who do you think is strong outside of their indigenous space? So that's not to say is stronger than an indigenous person of that state, but is strong outside of their indigenous space. So Tinubu, of course, will concede Yoruba, just for the purposes of the point. If you concede Yoruba land to Tinubu, the southeast to Peter Obi, and part of the north to ATIKU, just for the purposes of, who do you think is strong outside of their indigenous space, sufficient enough to take significant numbers in votes? That is not to say to defeat the indigene,
That is exactly why I told you Tinubu has had an edge. I think Tinubu is stronger outside of his enclave than even more than ATIKU. Even more than ATIKU of today, because ATIKU before the primaries was like everybody's man, but after what PDP did, and people now perceive him as an ingrate to the South for coming out to take this thing again. So I think Tinubu has that. Tinubu has that. Is stronger in that sense right now. But it's something that could hurt him, could change that a bit, or could chip away that advantage a little. That is the Muslim ticket. Considering the Middle Belt and the non-Muslim voters of the North. So that is something that could chip away some of that advantage. So that's my take on that. That's all I got.
All right, brilliant. I think Ajahn Lekoko wanted to push you on a particular point. I'm not sure if you still remember. So Ajahn Lekoko, did you want to add on to what Meduma was saying?
I know what you wanted to say, but Ajahn Lekoko, that was not where I was going. I didn't.
He hasn't even said it now.
I know what he's saying. He has tackled me on that in the past, so I know. Ajahn Lekoko, the Muslim man.
You the real Muslim man. I was trying to challenge you on your statement that this is the first time that the northeasterner, will be
in contention.
Chances of becoming or participating in contention. I think that is wrong.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And that is not what I said.
Eastern have been participating in. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So
yeah, I know what you're saying, and
that is not what you said. Then maybe okay. Let me.
I even wanted to disagree with one man when he said this is the first time. It's not the first time. It's just that.
Okay.
In terms of viability, who else has been as commanding and as realistic as Peter Obi from the southeast in Nigerian politics?
Let's just limit that to the Fourth Republic. Then you'll be right.
No, let's go through history. Are you going to be saying people like Zeke and people like that?
Yeah.
Zeke was seen as an Eastern candidate, but Peter Obi is a Nigerian candidate.
No. Zeke had not sold the South because of the British. Zeke was the most viable in those days.
Zeke still remained the strongest ever from the East in Nigerian politics.
Yeah.
So yeah, Zeke is the strongest ever. And
but they sort of arm twisted him into aligning with the North.
Yeah. And he would have been the greatest and the first prime minister if he had agreed to work with Awolowo, but he went to, like you said, they untwisted him, and he didn't man up enough to resist them and said, okay, do what you want to do. I'm aligning with the West. Let's work together with it. If not for him, let another person take the leadership.
He would have gone
Let
to
me
prison
go through what I got to do. Yeah, he will have gone to prison, but we will have been better today than where we are today.
Oh yes,
we would have been better. But, yes, the unity between the East, the unity between the East and the West, he will have facilitated that, and will have still be in place today. And where we find ourselves today, we won't be there. But
that's true.
That's just the reality.
All right, let me take you to a different space, Meadowman.
One man, let me take some time off. I'll come back. When I come back.
All right, brilliant. You did say you had today, pal. So thank you, Meadowman. So thank you, Meadowman. Let me go back to Solly, who had the floor. If it's still ready. Solly, are you still there?
I'm still here.
All right, let me take you to the space that I wanted to take Meadowman to. Former military chiefs Buratai Abubakar to appear before International Criminal Court over alleged human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings, compiled in a 500-page document. So we're back in that space again. A lot of people pushing hard to present these people in front of the international community. And it looks as though progress is being made in that space because the international space, the ICC, they've accepted the documentations, which is to acknowledge then that they will work on it. But are you in bated breath that we might well see Buratai in prison?
Where's the trial going to be?
Where you are in the Netherlands, in Hague.
Den Haag. Okay. Should I go and watch it?
Is that how you pronounce it? How do you people pronounce it? We pronounce it Hague.
Oh, it's Den Haag. Because yeah, when you translate it to English, it shows as The Hague, but it's usually written as Den Haag, DENHAGG. But anyway, maybe I'll go and visit him in his trial. But at the end of the day, if he doesn't go for this trial, because we can witness what happened with Abakari, what is going to happen? Is he going to be forced to be sent there, or what happens if he doesn't go for the trial?
If they establish some sort of crime against humanity against him, then there can be an international warrant for him.
And is that warrant going to forcefully take him out of Nigeria?
Well, no, unless of course he lives in Nigeria for the rest of his life.
Exactly. So I believe, from past antecedents, I believe this guy is not going anywhere. He's going to enjoy all his millions of dollars and stay in Nigeria. Nobody is going to force him to go out. He will die in Nigeria. That's what I believe. I don't believe he's going to any ICC or any this thing. They will just say all these things, but are they going to come to the country to pick him up? I don't think so. They will just do their own parts, and he didn't show up, he didn't show up. They will just put him on wanted list and finish. Nothing. I don't really see anything changing.
All right, all right, brilliant. And let me take you to a final space study. So ATIKU has assembled a team to attack the Yoruba space. So he's now looking to wrestle voters from Tinubu in Yoruba land. Do you think what do you think of the prospects of that, or are these just some men trying to con money out of him?
I think, I didn't think there were some men trying to con money out of him, but I now remember that it's Nigeria again. So obviously that option has to be open. But his chances of getting Southwestern votes, the only chance I see is the people that were already supporting him before. And those are the age group. The younger youths, I don't see anybody that is young from the southwest that has PVC that will vote for ATIKU for any reason, unless maybe they hate Tinubu. But if the people that hate Tinubu are going to vote for Obi, so I don't see how he's going to galvanize those votes from the southwest. If there are people telling him that they are going to do that, help him do that, they just want to chop his money, final chopping before the election is over. You know, so his chances are zero, in my opinion, of getting Southwest votes. I don't know if he wants to get the age votes. If he wants to get the age votes, he already has them. If he wants to get the young votes, he's not getting them. So it's over.
Is it not right to make an attempt towards that though? Because you cannot just abandon the Yoruba votes to Tinubu and abandon the Southeast to. He must try however he can to canvass whatever he can get from those places.
Yes, but Atiku is not the kind of person that goes to canvas for a little. He goes to canvas for everything. That's just his attitude. He doesn't know. These people don't know how to adapt. And this is what Tinubu knows how to do. I'm not praising Tinubu. I'm just telling you the facts from the politics I've seen him do over the years that have been a Lagosian. He will not know how to adapt. If it was Tinubu's camp now, I promise you all they will be gunning for is their 25% to just show that they've qualified, that they've gotten what they needed. Get what you need and move on. This guy wants to get everything. Poor strategy. I don't know how all these people became politicians. To me, it seems like they never faced any real battle before because they're all goofing around on simple things that we've seen happen in Lagos.
You keep harping on about this 25%. You know that you still have to score the majority vote. You have to score the majority vote now, not just 25%. What's this 25% you keep harping on about?
Majority vote of where?
Of the totality of the votes. Of the totality of the votes. What do you think what do you think wins the elections?
This is what I think.
What's
You
going
have
on?
to get 25% from each region, right?
No, from 2/3.
From 2/3 of each yes. So how does that negate what I said?
No, you seem to be fixated on that 25%, but somebody has to actually win in number counts the election.
Yes, but that's in totality.
In totality, yes.
Yes, but I'm not talking about totality.
All right.
So
all right.
Maybe that's the confusion.
Yes, maybe that might well be.
So I was talking about only the Southwest. So, PDP is dead. PDP is dead. I've been saying this thing since. I don't know why they are still trying to. At this point, I believe Atiku knows. There's no way he does not know that PDP is dead. That's why they are still chasing Wike. So it's all over.
All right. Thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. Let's go on from you, Solly, to San Diego if it's with us, and if it's not, then we go on to X0. San Diego, are you ready to go?
No, I'm not ready yet. Go with somebody, but after that I can go.
All right. So let's go to X0, see if he's ready. X0, are you there? Look at X0. He's going to read the feed again. Okay, let's go to Ayo. Ayo, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm here.
All right, good. So good to have you, X0. Also, X0 tweets then Wike, the beautiful bride, everybody going to London to court him. Tinubu turned up, of course. We did not see the pictures of that, but we heard the news. ATIKU turned up, a last-minute attempt to try and rescue or to re-engage with Wike. We don't know quite how much success he will get from that. But more notedly, Peter Obi, also in London, he turns up to meet Wike. But who is holding his hand is notably Obasanjo. So what do you think is in play there? And are you on board that train that Obasanjo somewhat tacitly, now almost even explicitly endorses Peter Obi? So what are you then making of the beautiful bride, somewhat, that is Wike?
You know, one man, you should be giving me my kudos, my props. Yesterday I said it here that Obasanjo is rooting for Obi. A lot of people disagreed with me here. Even you, one man, you questioned it. But you are still seeing him again, holding hands with Peter Obi. So you guys should give me my props. What I see happening here, of course, what's bound to happen was ATIKU was going to still try to, do one last-ditch effort of trying to convince Wike to stay with him. Tinubu is always open and wants to get the most of every situation. But what I see happening here is that PDP will switch over to become Labour. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not. Listen. Let me explain to you. The PDP power holders, as you see them in all the states. Tomorrow you come and say, Victor, you said it. What's it called? I said it as it is again.
Sorry, are you saying PDP or the Wike caucus? Because those are
no. I mean, if you see that picture there, you see all the PDP power holders, and some of them in that picture. I thought I saw Benue State governor there, and a lot of negotiations have been going on the ground. I see a situation where the PDP will collapse the structure for the Labour Party. That is what I'm seeing, because they have not even come out to campaign for ATIKU, because they are still grieving. Because all the governors of that PDP, they have said it that ATIKU betrayed them, that they gave ATIKU names. Wike was first choice, and this other guy was third choice. But ATIKU jumped from Wike to pick Okowa. You now see how it's going. And now the other PDP governors know that the PDP as a whole is effectively dead. It's no longer power. It's no longer holding any power, because they don't have any chance for the presidency, and they don't have any stronghold to negotiate. Some of them are even doing their last tenure. So the party is effectively dead. The only other way to galvanize people to support them is to fall into the Obi moving train, which is collapsing their structure into that party. Tomorrow, come back and tell me that I told you again what's going to happen, and it happened.
That's too far-fetched.
Okay. When I told you Obi was going to go into Labour Party, you told me it's too far-fetched.
You never said that, Zero. Don't be speaking.
Even Alexander Akwashi and Alexander Gomez were telling you from the comment section that yes, I said it. We all agree there. You've forgotten so quick. I told you. I said it here. I'm saying it again. The PDP is going to collapse structure to support Labour. PDP will die and be buried, because nobody wants to hear. If they want to have a replacement for APC, they will not choose.
PDP is the heritage party of this democracy.
Yes,
it's the biggest party in Africa.
PDP failed. That's why people were voting APC.
You do know that PDP is the biggest political party in Africa. Labour Party is just one man and his dog. One man and his dog. Peter Obi. Yeah, that's all the Labour Party is. And
how do you think the APC won the election? You think it was because of the APC? It was because of Buhari. And why do you think the PDP is romancing? I don't see this as a parasitic arrangement. I see it as a symbiosis because the PDP needs somebody that can carry them, and they have the structure, but they cannot use their name to win an election. So they are going to collapse. You will see them jumping ship before the election into Labour. You will see them jumping into.
No, that's not going to happen. That's too far-fetched.
I'm just telling you. I
don't think that Yemson Wike especially rates Peter Obi. He certainly rates himself above Peter Obi. I don't see Yemson Wike working with Peter Obi.
As it is now, Yemson Wike doesn't have a chance to become president or vice.
Right. Neither does Peter Obi.
And then he cannot go to APC. He can't. So the only alternative for him is to jump into Labour. That means he will negotiate a solid stance for himself to have that reverse and also a better arrangement for his cohorts. Then
Yemson Wike is unlikely to leave the PDP.
So I'm telling you that the PDP is effectively dead. That's what I'm telling you. Because
how can you say it's dead when he has the second largest amount of governance in Nigeria? He has the foremost, one of the foremost candidates for the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
How can he be dead? What are you talking about?
He has to be in a party that has strength. He's not acting alone, that man. He has a large focus in PDP.
Who?
Yemson Wike.
We see his caucus now.
Yes.
Wike does not rate Peter Obi now. You must know that. What would be the basis of him rating Peter Obi?
I'm telling you something that when it comes to negotiations, when you know that you have no future where you stand, the only other thing is to seek relevance where you can. And the only place you can seek relevance is Labour. Even if it doesn't collapse.
Not with Tinubu.
Form an arrangement.
Not with Tinubu.
Oh, you saw Obasanjo there in that same picture with Wike and Obi.
Right.
Yes. So that tells you everything.
No, what does it tell you?
Obasanjo is only aggrieved that ATIKU did what he did. So these people they're having one common enemy. So this is the formation period for a solid negotiation. And Patu Tommy, who is a leader in Labour, is quite amenable to this current infusion, this current partnership. Because like Obi and...
what is he amenable to? A partnership between Wike and...
No, this is what they have said from time to time. That negotiations will continue to go on until they form that force.
Middleman, can I interject?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I heard everything you're saying, but I don't know if that's the case because there's new update coming up right now. It's saying that we are united. Governor Wike, and the photo is showing all of them together. They just finished eating dinner a while ago. All of them together. The only person that wasn't there is the former governor of Cross River State and the Obasanjo. But everybody that was when he saw Obedient before is with is in the present picture. And in the middle, you have ATIKU, and they are all smiling. They are eating dinner. There's two pictures of them showing where they're finished, and they say they are united. They are back together. It just happened a while ago. So I'm just saying. All this thing we permutate, it may not be true. We may still be with PDP. We are just speculating. But I'm just trying to give you a breaking news. That's it.
Okay, let's see how it goes. I'm just saying my own. That's my opinion.
All right, brilliant. And to Governor Masari's assessment of the runners and riders, telling us what we've argued severally on this platform that Peter Obi has to have relevance in the north, which it doesn't have, and the race essentially between Tinubu and ATIKU. So this is what the senior politicians are saying. Do you concur?
Well, Masari has I've come to respect that man for certain utterances he made before. The man is kind of, I don't know, they say politicians are always tricky, but the man is kind of straightforward sometimes. And this is a straightforward assessment of Obi. You understand? I don't hold anything against his straightforward assessment. But if you watch that video very well, you'll see that I think Solly defined it. He started with he doesn't know who's Obi. Then he made a comment about him as an Anambra State governor. And then the further made comments that show that he knows who's Obi. There's nobody who doesn't know the Obi-Dead movement. The other time, I think they made a rally. Is it in Katsina or in the Nasarawa or somewhere in the north? And there was a large turnout. So they cannot deny the fact that they don't know the guy. He's just trying to say, from his own perspective.
X0, large number. What is the number, my brother?
I saw the video. I saw the video. So
how many people are there in that gathering? Just estimate.
Did you count them?
Oh, my brother. Continue.
So you didn't count them. I said I didn't count them, but I saw people, and I saw them. They filled up the space from left to right, up and down. So I just think that's the man's opinion. And if you ask just like if you ask a Southeasterner, you ask who is Tinubu. Even Tinubu himself has not even stepped foot in the Southeast.
Why is that? Why do you think that? Because you are right. Tinubu has not he has not politics to the Southeast. So why do you think that is?
Yeah, that shows you what. That's the more reason why a lot of people want to destroy the current arrangement. Because Tinubu, just like Buhari, did not step foot in the Southeast until they forced him to come. And when he came, I think it was in Imo State. He came to the Southeast almost twice or 3 times of 8 years. You understand?
X0, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you eating something?
Yes, I was going to ask that. What are you eating? What are you eating? What are you eating?
At least I'm eating food now. I'm not.
What is it now? Since you are not even sharing it with people. You have Inyo in Sweden. How do you get Inyo in Sweden?
So
what's the dish in Sweden? What do you eat? Is it just potato and sausage like most Europeans? Is that all you eat? Huh?
You know what is called?
Is this some potato, boiled potato and boiled meat?
It's hot dog.
Sweden,
it's the same.
Sweden doesn't have particular food, but they do all these pizzera and those kind of.
Who told you that? No,
the general meal of the whole of Europe is boiled potato and boiled sausage. That's all they eat.
That's not Swedish.
That's what the Germans eat. That's what the English eat. That's what they all eat.
Stroganoff. Something that is hot dog and spaghetti.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So back to it. Back to the politics.
Yeah. So if you ask a Southeasterner, say who is Kwakwanso, he tell you who's Kwakwanso, and Akwai and Anso. They don't know these guys too in the Southeast. So that's how spread Nigeria is. But I think Obi, before this election period, there was a video that actually spiraled him. I don't think
that was on the platform. That was on the platform, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, where he said he was, and he didn't even go there to campaign. That was years before this election period. Where he spoke about when he was governor, he didn't need to go with 2 vehicles. He canceled all the state expenses. Those are the things that now led up to when he came out and said he wanted to contest, and he had these large followers, and people are not surprised that this guy is here to trick us. But a lot of people knew him from when he didn't even have this ambition.
To be fair about what Governor Masari was saying, people only knew Peter Obi from 2019 when ATIKU brought him into prominence. Before that, I didn't know there was a human being called Peter Obi pre-2019.
No. He was a former governor in Southeast quite all right. But I think when he did that, when he came out and said those things, though, yes, there's widespread internet and television in the southwest and the southeast more than the north. So I think most of the people who saw those videos where Obi was actually in his element were the south.
No, nobody saw it now. It's just some church program now. We are saying it as though it was the platform.
A lot of people saw that video now. A lot of people saw that video. That video, I think that video was 2016 or something. You know. So this guy scattered the whole place now before everybody started. Before they even they started knowing him for the election for presidency or vice presidency. You know,
maybe you are referring to a lot of people from the east. What one man said is actually true. It was the vice presidential ticket nomination rather that ATIKU gave him that brought him to prominence. Nobody knows Obina.
Yeah,
it's just like you are asking. It's just that you are asking me the present governor of Abia State. I don't know him.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot really pinpoint his name anywhere or say this is nobody really knows Obi. You know, nobody knows him. Yeah, some few people, but you know, surely as the governor of Anambra State, the most popular state in the east, every Igbo knows him, but not everybody around the country. It was the population, nomination, as one man said, by ATIKU that brought him to prominence. And I'm happy for him that he's using that opportunity well now, you know.
Anyway, but
actually, Coco, can we say people don't know Tinubu in the East? Let's be truthful to ourselves. Easterners can't say they don't know Tinubu. But the Exilo said they will know Tinubu in the East. Who will not know Tinubu?
But in the south now, everybody knows Obi. But in the north, it's not as popular as
which is what Governor Masari is saying. So when he's saying, I don't know who Peter Obi is, of course, he's a politician, so he knows Peter Obi. But he's saying that, look, let's not continue to labor that. Because, he's in the north now, and he knows what is going on. And he knows
he's talking about their people. He's talking about the real voters. The real voters in the north. 90% of them does not know Obi. And that is true. It's not lying. It's not that, no.
You remember during an interview, ATIKU told us that a good 90-something% of the north, they are not on social media. They don't have internet space, you know.
Yeah, that's what I said. When Obi started going viral in the south, he couldn't penetrate the north like that. But that doesn't mean that we don't have intellectuals and we don't have words spreading, you know. Obi is gradually...
Zaki is trying to say something.
Oh yeah, Zaki, yeah.
I wanted to make a comment. Do you know when I knew this guy, Tinubu?
When?
Do you remember when Chris Ngige was invited to the house and somebody sort of insulted him in the house and he was like telling the person that he's a Lagos boy? Do you remember that time?
Oh yeah, that was about 2 years ago.
He was telling the person that he's a Lagos boy, that he was telling the person you're a small boy. Maybe that is it because of your godfather? I say what you. He was a two governor, and I was also a governor. He was a senator. Do you know that time?
That was when you started. You started.
That was when
are you serious?
I'm telling you.
You can't be serious. When were you in 2014 when Tinubu was making Buhari president?
No. I don't know about.
You didn't know him then. You didn't know him then.
No, I'm telling you the truth. That was when I started knowing.
Look, maybe
you don't follow. Maybe you don't follow Nigerian politics at all.
I knew this guy. What is it called? This former governor of Lagos State.
Fashola.
Yeah, I knew Fashola more than Tinubu. So it was during that time of Ngige.
You know Fashola more than Tinubu?
I'm telling you the truth.
And you have an opinion. You have opinions on Nigerian politics, and you don't know Tinubu.
No, that is what I'm telling you. Maybe it's because it's because then I wasn't too conscious of. It
might be true. It might be true.
I brought people now.
You know what, man?
I brought people.
Tinubu actually became more popular after he left governorship because a lot of things started unraveling and people started seeing that he was the godfather of not just Lagos politicians, he stretched as far as Kwara, was having influence in other states, you know. And that hunger didn't stop there. He even went into Edo. That's how people started to know. And then when people started to peel out all the businesses this guy created, Alpha Beta and all those things, plus the Agbero on the street. That's what made people want to, if you want to criticize Agbero, they will say, look at this, I don't blame you, it's Tinubu. You know? So the guy became more popular during that period after he left even governorship. But most people who lived in the East will not readily identify, unless people who lived in Lagos. You understand? So you don't make that, you try to make that.
All right. You may well be right, you know, because there's no reason why a core person in Abakaliki that has, you know, that all his life has been there. There's no reason why he would know who, you know, why would he, you know? All right. So brief commentaries on the threat to present Buratai at the International Criminal Court. So give us a quick take on that, and then we go on from you to San Diego.
Buratai, you know, this guy is becoming a cat with 9 lives. You know, there's no doubt that position he occupied and the time he occupied it, you could not but make decisions that will either mar or make you for life. You know. So I think it's some of the decisions he made that period that people are questioning, you know, and then it makes them go back to the earlier days when the Shiites were, you know, massacred and all those things. Then people begin to really hate this guy. You know, I don't want to say much on Buratai because I wasn't there. I didn't know.
You're afraid, Abi?
Baba, you need to fear this guy now.
Look at that. You're afraid. Look at this guy. Baba, you don't want them to rendition you now. They cannot start. You know, that guy is, oh my God, man.
That guy, I'm telling you. Baba,
it reminds me of a James Bond villain.
I'm telling you. That guy is powerful. After even leaving that position, they made them make him an ambassador, which means he is untouchable.
Yeah, that's to protect him now because, of course, a lot of atrocities.
Yes. So I don't even know how the powers began to fight against him that they even went to search his house. You know, because the way I see that guy, he has to be. You need to have power like him to be able to confront him. Man, looking at his face, you know, it exudes fear. I mean, it exudes, you know, danger.
You know, when I look at people like Buratai, I speculate as to how many lives these people like that would have done away with. He's probably lost count of the people he has done away with.
Exactly. You know, your life, I don't want to talk about that guy because I wasn't there.
You look at this guy. Look at that.
I rate him with the likes of Al Mustafa and what's the other guy that was working for Al Mustafa? Those ones. There's this other guy, Rogers. Those are the level.
Sergeant Rogers.
Those are the level of people. So I don't have much to say about that guy because I still want to go to Nigeria and come back safe.
Let me show you something. This is quite. Let me acknowledge Joel's super chat first, which is pointing at you, X0. When you were eating, it says is eating agbado. So that is Joel just joshing with you there. So thank you for the super chat, Joel. But let me highlight this. This is quite frightening, actually. Can you believe that Solly is still fighting over that correction? He's still in the comment section. He says, wait, he's still on it. Solly, kill on share now. You have to let
one man. No, one man. You can't say I can't do something, but you are doing it. Is that not hypocritical?
My goodness me.
No.
That was over an hour ago.
No, but it keeps
I was
happening.
surprised. I just looked in the comment section. You're still on it.
Let me make my final statement.
God.
Let me make my final statement. If you keep interpreting my words, No, one man, let me finish now. If you keep interpreting my words, especially when I did not say something,
you are Loria, you know.
You now wait now. I let people talk. You now change it. This doesn't make me feel like I am wrong. This makes me feel like you have something in your mind that when you say it, it means something. That means when you say those
Sorry,
things,
Mabinu.
Okay.
So you are being a tribalist. Because if a word means something, no, wait, let me finish. No. You people are talking over me because you don't want me to say the truth.
Solely, let me tell you something.
It's not about the truth. It's just sometimes we just let it go.
Okay, but
you can't win every battle. Sorry, you cannot win every battle.
It's not about winning. If you feel a word means something and you say it, that means you have been saying something to another person, and that's how you feel. I will not say something, you change it, and you now start saying your own interpretation. That means you have been tribally since, because you have been saying those things since.
All right, fair enough.
You have been saying those things since.
All right, sorry, we move on. But I will encourage you to let it go, but we move on. But I just saw that you were still on it in the comment section, and it alarmed me somewhat. But we let it go, and we go on to San Diego to see if it's ready. San Diego, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. So, Wike in play, of course.
Hold on one minute before you proceed. What happened? I'm talking about Solly, you know.
Solly alone is going to argue back.
No, it's not an argument. I just want to make a statement, you know. I didn't mean to create a tension. It was just a correction that I'm making. Of course, I will make correction regardless. So, the escalation wasn't necessary. So I hope you didn't take it, you know, any differently. It was just a correction, okay? We are all brothers. That's it.
All right. All right. Let's get to the politics of it.
Don't make such correction on Solly next time.
Yes.
To avoid this kind of situation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
And I made the mistake to highlight it. I was just alarmed to see that he was still on it. But let me take you back to the politics of it. Obasanjo Wike Obi meet in London. So there it is right there. It's a throwback to 2014, isn't it? When the decisions about the Nigerian state was made in meetings in London between Buhari, Tinubu, etc. So they revisit London again to recalibrate your future. So the people in play this time, Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London. So what are you then reading from and into that, San Diego?
Okay, before I proceed to that, initially when I heard about, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. Initially when I heard about the meeting between Wike, Tinubu, and some other APC member, I was going to bring this subject today because this is why I log in, you know, because I don't like that. I just feel like, why are they always meeting aside when it comes to, you know, Nigeria issue? I mean, apart from money, this is the corruption money. That's what Nigerian corruption money they are using aside. Is that not any suitable place for them to meet in Nigeria? I mean, we have great hotel in Nigeria, I mean, in Abuja, in Lagos. Why can't they spend that money if we go into Nigerian economy instead of spending that money? I'm not just talking because of that
they want to be away from prying eyes. They don't from public glare. They want to be away from public glare.
To me it doesn't make sense. You know, they're investing on other people in economy. Then when I saw the one of Obi today and Obasanjo and everybody, it kind of annoys me more. This is just my own opinion, okay? I mean, that's part of the corruption. That's how I look at every of this meeting. You know, outside they're spending a lot of money. But anyway, I didn't mean to digress. I just needed to invest that on that.
All right. So to the meeting then. So what's your take on it? Obasanjo holding Obi's hands to meet Wike.
Okay, if I have to guess, you know, I don't really know. I mean, Obasanjo, you know, like I said, Obasanjo is not a tribalistic person. I mean, he's a true Nigerian. Whether he's Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, whatever, you know, he's a true Nigerian. I mean, you can tell by the way he ran his presidency, you know, what kind of person he is. Is he supporting Obi or whatever, you know, from all indication from what I've saw, not even because of this meeting that went in London, you know. I would say maybe he's leaned towards Obi, you know. It's not necessarily because of Obi. I think it's because of his idea about trying to balance the the inequality in Nigeria, say it's a southern eastern person. That's why he's leaning towards Obi. But I may be stand to be corrected. I don't know. But if I have to guess, but does it mean anything? Probably not.
I think it means a lot for Obasanjo to leave his base at his age in Abeokuta to go all the way to London to umpire or to facilitate a meeting between Wike and Obi. I mean that's quite a strong signal to the space.
I didn't mean it in that space whether it doesn't mean anything. I think I mean it in general, right? In terms of garnering vote for Obi, that's the only area I'm talking. Yeah, I believe that's what he went there for, because you can see both of them. Because I saw the picture, he was in the middle, holding behind. Of course, you have other PDP as governors, in there, including the Cross River State governor. Yeah, I mean, I saw all of them, and I think that's what he went there for. Then after that, like I said earlier, there was a breaking news. I saw the picture when ATIKU came in. They are all sitting in the same table. He's sitting face to face with Wike. Then after that, you see all of them, I think about 6 of them standing one place, all of them smiling. The only person that was in there, of course, Obasanjo was in there, and Obi was in there. The only person that was in there was former governor of River State. Cross River. That was the only person, Duke. That was the only, but other people was there, him and Wike smiling. And I heard they say they have settled their issue. So if I have to say, I don't think Wike is going anywhere.
San Diego. Duke
yes,
was in the picture as well. If you look at the picture they posted out,
okay.
Duke with Obasanjo and others, they are in one picture.
I think he's talking about the ATIKU picture.
The ATIKU meeting that happened after that.
Okay.
I'll put it on the screen now. Carry on.
So I'm thinking Wike is still going to remain PDP. That's my guess. Because if you look at what happened right now, the newly inaugurated APC, that's supposed to begin on, I think, next week, Wednesday, they have Amechi there. We have been talking about that Amechi is not relevant, but they have just called Amechi to be one of the members for the newly inaugurated, APC. That's supposed to, work for them, campaign for their own success. So I can't even imagine seeing Amechi and PDP in the same, because Amechi seems to be going to be relevant right now. If you look at what I think it just happened today, they just nominated him as one of the people that's going to carry, the APC flag bearer, to campaign for them. So I think, in my own opinion, I think Wike is still going to remain with PDP. I think it's all about just, I don't know, Wike is just, like I said, it's just like a shower, running around, looking for all kind of things, But after all have settled, I think he's going to end up staying with, they are calling him right now. There's no doubt about it. Labour Party, APC. But after everything has said and done, I think he's going to still remain with. He's just trying to get some relevant. That's what I think.
I think what Wike wants is people to acknowledge his importance.
Exactly.
It doesn't want to be swept aside, and it feels as though it's somewhat being swept aside. But they can take as many pictures as they like and give out as many headlines as they like. But I'm not sure that Wike will be party to ATIKU becoming president, because I think the sense of betrayal, it cuts too deep, and it feels as though he has been ridiculed somewhat publicly by ATIKU and the party.
But all these people are politicians, I guess I'm looking at the way I'm looking at Wike antecedent from his behavior before, whether it's been very difficult for him to. I'm not saying anything is possible. They are all, like you said, they are all a shower, all these politicians. They can go from one party to another person. But if I have to guess as of today, if you ask me to bet, in which I'm not a betting person, but if I have to bet right now, I will say he's still going to remain he's still going to remain, with PDP. But if you go to APC, PDP is gone, So if you go to Labour Party, PDP is gone regardless. They're not going to get any vote from the South. And the middle belt.
The middle belt is represented by Otom, of course, in that meeting.
Right, and that's going to go to any party where he go. I'm not saying he's definitely going to get like about 75, but somebody might get 25 in that place. Like APC, might get 25. Labour Party might get 25 in that belt, but it's going to be more of a block vote. At least 50% of the vote is going to go to wherever the governor, go. On River State, I think that's applicable to River State because Rivers State, people are just been saying that everybody's going to go where we could go. It may not be as high as people may say. They may get more of the vote, maybe about 50%. But somebody, APC, Labour Party, is going to get 25% in that state. I mean, people are more enlightened right now. That's what people don't realize. That it's of recently I started following Nigerian politics, and I follow them. I mean,
well, what made you abandon Nigerian politics? Is it because you've been too long in America and you've just forgotten?
Not necessarily. As much as I go to Nigeria every year home, I just got dissatisfied about Nigerian politics. I follow I follow American politics more than I do, more than Nigerian politics. But of recently, like late last year, then I find this platform. I'm going to. I've been listening to your platform for almost about 3 months right now. So I said I'm going to join or something like that.
Do you see yourself living in Nigeria at some point in the future?
Permanently, probably no. I've just come and visit.
All right.
Most of my family.
Thank you for being honest. A lot of people still feel that they are going to retire to Nigeria. It's never going to happen. But everybody they are building some bungalow in some village. Say no, I'm going to retire today. You are not going to retire anywhere.
Why do you say that now?
Because there's no signs that the country is going to facilitate for the life that you're used to where you are.
But it's not
what happens to you when you fall sick? What happens to you even to the no electricity, no water, no security, everybody out to rob you, the place is rude and dirty,
Yeah, but what if we solve security? At least
solve security. What hope is there in the horizons for that?
I don't know. I don't think. I mean, for now,
nobody's going back to Nigeria. Forget it.
I'm only speaking about right now. As of right now, I don't see myself coming to live in Nigeria permanently. Maybe when I retire or something like that. Right now, I don't see that. Most of my family, almost all my family, I'm from a very large family. We are all spread around in the state, so maybe that's what gives me solemn. Like I feel like this is home. Nigeria is home too.
There's nothing left for you there, really.
Primary. So I mean, Nigeria is good. I mean, I go visit. Like during the Christmas, I go home. That's when I go home most of the time. It's just like a fun time for me.
All right, brilliant. Let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, and then I'll take you on to another talking point. So Kulata super chats to the conversation that we just went past. It says they want to be away from public glare, but they are taking selfies and group photos. Wike's shenanigans is tiring. So Wike's shenanigans are somewhat tiring, yes. I'm hoping that this last phase will be the last phase of Wike, because we need Wike out of the way so that we can focus on real politics. If it's going to with Tinubu, go with Tinubu. If you are going with Peter Obi, go with him. Or if you are staying where you are, stay where you are. But all this constant, always in the headlines, Wike this and Wike that, you are not in contention for anything. So lick your wounds and go and re-strategize for next time. So thank you for the super chat, Kulata. I'll take you to another talking point, San Diego. But before I do that, let me call on the audience to click on the like button. If you have no reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on it. Because when you click on the like button, it helps the platform go up the YouTube algorithm. So it brings the platform to the attention of even more people. And also, we are looking for 30 new subscribers in the course of this session. So if you're not already subscribed, and just as I said about the like button, and you have no reason not to be subscribed, then subscribe so that we can meet that target of 30 new subscribers in the course of this session. And we'd like to hit 100 likes on the stream as well. So we have well in excess of 300 people watching. Thank you. But that should be a low bar to achieve. So 100 likes is something that should be easily achieved. So set us on that way as we listen to San Diego's commentaries on our former military chief Buratai Abubakar to appear before International Criminal Court over alleged human rights abuses. So they've perfected the case. They've put together a voluminous evidence book. It's not even a booklet, but because it's 500 pages long. And they've lodged that with the International Criminal Court. And there's sufficient enough within that for them to instigate an investigation. It looks as though then the ICC are in the process of instituting that investigation, but are you waiting in bated breath to see Buratai behind our bars? So what is your expectation of that space, San Diego?
I don't see him. I don't see him being in behind bars, because he's not going to step out of Nigeria. Even at all, he went to the trial and they find him guilty. Of course, he has to come back to Nigeria, whatever, has to submit himself to the, to the authority, because even at all, he went, like I said, if you go to the trial and they find him guilty, and he can be taken and arrested right away. It has to be some kind of negotiation. When he's come to Nigeria, he's free. He's not going to get out of Nigeria. I don't know if you remember, after, when he retired, and, and he, I think I can say he practically, forced the government, Buhari government, to make him the ambassador, to Benin Republic. And he said, I think somebody asked him something. What happened if you go out of the country? You've been killing people in Nigeria. He said he doesn't need to go out of the country. That he already got it made in this country.
I remember that.
Right. He doesn't need to go anywhere. He got up money, everything that he needed here. But people didn't know how much he had already, or how much he had, embezzled in this country. He made that comment. So he's not going anywhere. How old is he? Maybe about 60 or whatever. Or 70, I don't know. So he's like late, he's not going to go anywhere. I don't think it's going to make any difference. It just, because there has been a lot of international people, president or whatever, that have been convicted. What happened to them? Nothing. It's only when they step out of their main domain, then they can be arrested, because something is going to come out of it. So it's just a mess.
It'd be good if something can actually happen.
Like one man?
If they can arrest him, take him to the Hague, or the Hague, as Solly now corrects us, but the Hague, as we pronounce, we pronounce it as English people. So they take him to the Hague, and maybe even put him in handcuffs. So that will alert the space that this impunious just killing of people and just walking away is not something that would be facilitated for anymore. So it'd be good that they make an example of him to court, because there is nothing that has stopped the Nigerian government to act in the way that they do. There is no authority. There's no comeback. There is nothing that, if they look at this guy, he killed about 300-400 people in Zaria for reasons of religious chasm, saying that they offended him. The Shiites, he wiped them out. The Osigbo or something in the east, he wiped them out. The NSAS people, he wiped them out, and he for punishment for that, he gets an ambassadorship. So there has to be something that has to be done by somebody to caution that space.
Yeah, I completely understand. I see where you're coming from, and I agree with you in totality, everything you just said. But the problem I have is that the way they try, I think I've seen some other try with other countries that happened previously. They can't just arrest. Okay, let's assume he go to the trial and everything. They find him guilty. They can't handcuff you. You know how you go to court here? They find you guilty. They handcuff you and take you away. But that's not the same. It doesn't happen in this kind of situation. After they find him through, he has to come back.
They handcuffed Charles Taylor. They handcuffed Charles Taylor.
Did they?
They did.
Right away?
Yeah, well, we saw images of him in handcuffs. And we'd like to see images of Buratai in handcuffs.
I'm thinking they have to give him a time. Then he has to submit himself. What I mean, like, if you're in a trial, like in a court, if they find you guilty, you see them, they handcuff you right away, and take you back to the stage, into the camp, to the prison. I don't think this happened in the international tribunal like that. You have to submit yourself. But what I'm saying, this is just my opinion from the previous one that I've seen. Maybe I've not seen all of them. Then he has to come back to Nigeria. The Nigerian government have to submit it to to them for them to jail him. So I don't see that happening. Look at Abakari, let alone this guy. So that's not going to happen. Not with the Buhari regime. Even I thought somebody come again. Obi coming. Tinubu coming, they're not going to hand him over, believe me. They're not going to hand him over. They'll be scared of what these, Hausa people. That's just the way I look at Nigeria. They're not going to hand him over.
Do you think we in Nigeria we live in perpetual fear of the Hausa Fulanis?
Of course,
especially of Southerners.
We do. That's a very a very sorry situation. I can say that, because of the standard. I mean, we are more educated. I can even say we are more in number. But I don't know where they came up with that number that Northerners, I think they use it to manipulate the stat. That's the way I feel about it.
Yes,
so
that's
we are kind of
that's nonsense, isn't it? Yeah,
living in their fear. So I don't. It's not gonna. I mean, we can just talk about it. Maybe speculate about what's gonna happen. But I don't see him, going to jail. But if they prove me wrong, I wish that happened. But I don't see that in opinion anyway. But I hope that will happen, like you said, one man.
All right, but it'd be good if it does, It'd be good if it does, because it will send a signal to the space that there are authorities beyond yours.
Exactly.
And then that might somewhat caution the impunity. Just wipe out 300 people in Zaria. Just shoot people for protesting.
Those
NSAS people, they were on their knees waving Nigerian flags and singing anthems when they opened fire on them.
I think the previous person that spoke, talking about the man's face, it's kind of scary, the man, the way his face look, will even scare you. I mean, anyway, like we say, like this brutal man. That's the way his name sound. Anyway, he's coming to brutalize you or whatever. He looked like, yeah.
All right.
But one man, San Diego, can we say Buhari gave them the go ahead? Can Buratai did that action without Buhari consent?
No, probably not. They are in
so can we blame Buhari as well?
Yeah, bro. I can blame Buhari here, but what can you do? I mean, we can only blame. We have blamed Buhari for a lot of things, but he's gonna go scot-free. We don't even know how much Buhari has embezzled. Everybody's looking like him, like right now that he's clean. But
he's the biggest looter.
Exactly. Wait till after his administration is over. If there's some accountability, then we start.
San Diego. That the first biggest looting recorded in Nigeria was recorded to Buhari's name. He opened up the space of mass looting when he was the petroleum minister under the then Obasanjo military administration.
Okay.
$2 billion. This is I think this was in the 80s, wasn't it? $2 billion went missing from NNPP thereabout. And they traced that money to Midlands Bank in the United Kingdom. I think the bank is now defunct, has been bought by another bank. They traced the money to Midlands Bank under Buhari's name, $2 billion. This was in the early 80s. And that was the first. Before that, all we used to hear was about people like Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the real leap in looting in Nigeria was under Buhari's name, when $2 billion were disappeared, when he was petroleum minister under Obasanjo's military administration, and they traced it to Midland Bank under his name. And the second round of looting, when he was the PTF chairman under Abacha, another round of looting there, which Obasanjo uncovered when he became the civilian administrator. But then he just said, okay, we'll let this go because we want to close that. The guy is it's a huge looter.
Wow. One man, I didn't know about that. I'm going to bring it up to my friend. I have a Fulani friend, a doctor over here, he think that
Buhari ask him about the $2 billion that went missing when Buhari was petroleum minister under Obasanjo's military administration.
Yeah, because that my friend think that Buhari, is not corrupt at all.
He's
the most innocent person and the poorest person ever, to ascend to Nigerian president. That's what my friends always tell me.
There was a story making the rounds about 2-3 years ago that Buhari's son is the fourth richest son of a leader in the world.
The one that just got married?
The one that fell off a motorbike and the whole country had to come to a halt.
Wow.
And that includes sons of sultans and whatnot. So forget Buhari, man. It's a joke, you know.
Okay.
All right. Let me take you to a final space, San Diego. And let me take you to Katsina State, since we are still talking about Buhari. I hope you saw that clip that we played. ATIKU is a veteran loser. I don't even know who Peter Obi is. Governor Masari of Katsina State, he's assessing the runners and riders and concluding that there's nothing to concern about. So the dismission of Peter Obi, as he doesn't even know him, is really one of the key highlights, which is to suggest that he has no presence in the north. And describing ATIKU as a serial loser highlights just how often ATIKU has run and lost within the presidential space. So what are you making then of his assessment, San Diego?
Well, I mean, he's a politician, of course, an APC member, because he's the present governor of Katsina State, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, of course, he's gonna be political. I'm not saying what he said is wrong. Yeah, what he said makes sense. It's just like, I mean, nobody's know who, let me use Tinubu. Tinubu is not well known in the East, but maybe he's more known in the East, comparable to Obi. Maybe Obi is, let me put it that way. Obi is less known in the West. I don't mean Lagos, man. I mean in the West. Compared to Tinubu, maybe Tinubu a little bit more known because of he has his antecedent. He has been in a while about his governorship and everything. Probably a little bit more known in the East, but not as much compared to Obi. Obi is not well known. I mean, like me, I started hearing about Obi recently. I'll be honest to you. I mean, even at all, I'm from the East. I come home like once a year. I don't know much about Obi. Until recently. I know he was the governor of Abia State. I know he was the governor of Anambra during that time, but I never really followed him. Of course, I didn't follow politics, so I didn't really know about Obi until Obi become the vice president of ATIKU. Then he start running right now. So I start following him recently. I don't know much about Obi, even at all. I'm from that part of the country. So in another sense, what he said makes sense, but he's tried to be a little bit political, incorrectness, if I may use that word. I mean, the way he put it, like nobody knows about Obi at all. I mean, there's some people that know about Obi, maybe the enlightened ones, the educated ones, but not the malam or this one that pursue, that carry malu and everything. They don't know Obi. That's true. Maybe about 80%. I don't know how much elite they have over there. The people that are educated, yeah, they know Obi because I've seen some poll, going on. Yeah, in other words, he's correct. Of course, it's like a political rhetoric, He tried to pander to his people because that's going to say, okay, we don't know Obi, because if he said the same thing, the people over there will believe what he said. What he said makes sense, but not up to the degree that he said it. There's some people that know Obi because, he has become a phenomenon. In a nutshell, yeah, he makes sense. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree to what he said.
All right, brilliant. So essentially, he was just playing politics.
Yeah, playing politics, but there's some truth to what he said. I mean, you can't dispute that.
All right, brilliant, fantastic. So thank you, San Diego. So San Diego, for time, stay with us just for as long as you can. For time, let me go on from you. Let me go to Ayo. Let me go to Ayo. So see if he's ready to go. Ayo, are you ready? All right. Let me go to Saki Fada. See if Saki Fada is ready to go. Saki Fada.
Yeah.
All right, Saki Fada, good to have you. So, by way of education, you said you did not know who Tinubu was until quite recently.
Yes.
So let me introduce you to the man.
Hello, my country people. Let us join Papa Tinubu to rock this latest dance wey dey dance. Abemina corner, me will come dance with Oga Tinubu.
So there he is right there, incoming. So incoming. So let me take you to it then. That was just a little bit of a joke or something. But to it then, Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London. So the meeting is one thing, but the insertion of Obasanjo into that meeting adds a new dimension. But what's your reading then of that meeting that took place in London?
Yeah, it's Obasanjo's presence actually. We like raise some bars of suspense in the political space, but all those meetings that have been holding, my own view is that Wike is not going to leave PDP. That's my own view. I don't see him leaving PDP. He's not gonna leave PDP. He's going to stay in the party. He actually has a lot to lose not being in the party and to gain going away from the party. So it's gonna be a very dicey. It's actually a very dicey situation for him. And again, given these things that have happened between him and ATIKU, even if ATIKU becomes president, two of them will still live in suspicion of each other. They even if they settle at the end of the day, make peace. If ATIKU finally becomes the president, this lingering mistrust somehow is going to. It has been imprinted, maybe in their mind. That's my view, But then I think, and I will still advise him not to leave.
Okay,
remember he has a governorship election in Rivers State under PDP. Like he's a godfather to somebody. That is what I feel. So if he decides to go the route of APC or the route of Labour Party, what will be his fate in terms of the person that will take over the states? Because anything that happens might also affect his candidate for the governorship somehow. So that's what I feel.
Okay, Saki. So Wike is not to leave PDP, so that's one thing. But is he going to support the article candidature? That's a different thing, because all the indications, what all the permutations are, at least from the talking heads, is that yes, he will not leave that party because he's always prided himself as a one-party man. So there's no anticipation that he will leave the party. But everybody, because there's just been too much that's happened for him to really wholeheartedly support ATIKU. So would it be somewhat an enemy from within, even if he doesn't leave the party?
That one this whole thing is becoming more complicated. I would really say that this political cycle, is like we are solving equations of a lot of solutions, multi-solutions equations. Because every day we come here, we think that this is what is going to happen.
Yes, it's
The next day again, you change the pattern and solve the equation in another way again. The next day again. So it's really complex. I don't really know how he's going. If he works against PDP in the presidential, my serious question remains: what is going to happen for his candidates, which he has already fielded in the Guba? Because anything that happens, any posture he takes in the presidential is going to have some kind of effect on the Guba in Rivers, So he has to think very critically, He has to think very critically. But another dilemma, why it is still a dilemma for him is that these things you see that has been happening between him and ATIKU, if ATIKU finally navigates this cycle and maybe by miracle becomes the president, that's trust between, like, there is always like a.
Do you think ATIKU will try and punish him if he becomes president?
I'm thinking that if he becomes president, he might also, because all this is Wike has been doing is like he's playing on I feel he's playing on ATIKU psychology. You know, all this meeting Tinubu, meeting this person, meeting this person. I think he's unleashing certain psychological tortures, to ATIKU. And if he finally navigates this cycle, I think Atiku may more likely want to pay him his own coin again. That's what I'm thinking. So the trust is no longer. If the trust was 100% before, it has gone down by some percentages. And I think he's going to. It is something that is going to live through. Even if Atiku becomes the president. So Wike is really in a very sensitive condition right now. So if I'm him, its decisions will be very hard to make, but I will still advise him to remain in his party.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this different space. The prospects of Buratai being presented with in front of the ICC to face all the crimes that he has vested on the Nigerian state. This is something we all aspire to. And it looks as though moves are being made by people of influence to actualize that. But are you in anticipation that this is something that can happen anytime soon?
I don't really know. I don't really know how the international laws operate. I don't know. I don't know. This is arm of United Nations. So I don't know whether it's going to be more strict, compared to what has happened between this guy and the United States. What's the name again? Abakari. So I don't know how this one will go. I don't know. I don't want to say much of what I don't know about. I don't really know.
All right. And to the Katsina State Governor AMINU Masari's assessment of the political landscape at the presidential space. So somewhat derisory of Peter Obi saying he doesn't know him. He does know him, of course.
But actually, I'm more like, I like it more when people keep saying nobody knows him. I like it more. So everything that is going on the ground, we still continue going on the ground. We don't really know.
Elections are not won on the ground. It's a popularity contest, elections, a popularity contest.
I know. Well, tomorrow, on Saturday, I think Kaduna will do their 1 million march.
For me?
Yes, Kaduna will have their 1 million. 5 states actually is going to do it this weekend. Kaduna is going to do on Saturday. Benue is going to do on Saturday. Which state again? Then Anambra is going.
But they've not recorded any success. They've not recorded any success in that space. That supposed 1 million man march.
No, when
all
we
see is one man and his dog.
When they say 1 million man march, it is a figurative expression.
No, we know that, but you expect a somewhat of a.
But the one they did in Nasarawa was okay. The one they also did in Owerri was still okay. The one they did in Cross River was still okay. So all those things will keep creating popularity. It will still keep creating awareness. And there are other things they are still doing on the ground. So let's still test the one of Kaduna, which is coming on Saturday, and see how it goes. Let's still see the one of Benue, which is still coming on Saturday, and see how it goes. And Delta is also coming this weekend, I think on Saturday too. So there are actually 5 states that are going to do that this weekend, from what I see on Twitter. Then on Sunday, Anambra will do their own. So these things they will just be using a lot of different options and different strategies to to make inroad in the north. There is still more time, but I will be very happy if people continue talking down, saying that Peter Obi is not known anywhere. I'm more happy. Recently, at least now he's in London. Tomorrow he will be in Germany. He's going to three countries to meet Nigeria in diaspora. Tomorrow he will be in Germany. From Germany he will go to Italy. From Italy he will enter Canada. Then from Canada he will come to United States.
Saki fella,
Yes.
can I ask you a question? You said he's going to meet Nigerians in diaspora. Is there any benefit to this?
It's awareness. They called him to.
But we don't vote.
No, we don't vote.
But you have influence on people who vote.
We have influence. Now you are talking here, right? This program we are organizing here, we are informing, we are like educating Nigerians, right? A lot of people are watching these, what do we call it? The one-man show. In fact, there was a time I looked at this, I went back, I saw the views. It was massive.
Okay, but I'm asking, towards his political career, you can say it has the influence, but it has the influence of only Southerners.
No. What I'm saying is that, remember that these people are still going to be part of people that will contribute and support him financially, right?
Okay.
At least today, when he landed in UK, a family rushed him, Immediately he landed in UK, there was one family they showed him in Twitter that rushed him. They were so excited to see Peter Obi. And
that was at his hotel when he was having lunch.
Yes, surprisingly, one of them, I think the girl is not even Igbo. The husband is from Plateau State. So all these things are sensitization. See, he should exploit all opportunities. The very day he's going to come in the US, he's going to go 5 cities in the US. From 30th to, I think he will finish US sensitization by either 3rd or 4th of September. He's going to be in New York, he's going to be in Texas, he's going to come to Atlanta. Nigerians.
Are you going to try to meet him? Look at that. So you are one of those Igbo. Look at this guy. After all the things that you say on this platform, look at
So I'm happy. I'm happy when people keep saying. I'm happy when people keep saying nobody knows it. I'm really happy about that. So the sensitization will continue. People are working hard. If I see people are working hard to market this man, there are a lot of things on the ground. So election has not come. The elections will come in the next 5 to 6 months. So let's see what happens. So I don't know. I think it was a northern that donated a very massive office in Abuja for Peter Obi's campaign. It was a northerner. So that very northerner donating such structures, such person I believe is someone that is very rich. He must also have some influence. So the desensitization is all about any number of people you can get is good for the community. It's very good. Even if it is 5 person you can influence, good. Even if it is 1 person you can convince to vote for P2P, good. So, but as they continue saying nobody knows him, I'm very happy. Let them still continue saying that, and let him keep doing what he's doing and sensitizing, opening up himself to Nigerians and see what happens. So, but these just like middleman, the way just like the way he said it, this election is very, very complicated election, But I think the person that is that is the most heat is someone like ATIKU, because ATIKU has a kind of block votes supposedly in the eastern part, but that very space has is no longer for him this time. You know, so the calculations are not easy to make, but we will still be making our arguments based on what we know in the past. But let the whole thing continue. You know, I would like people to keep saying nobody knows him. And let the whole process continue. Let the strategies continue going on. You know, at the end of the day, anything that comes out of it, we're going to see it. You know, so that's my point there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. Before I take you to the next talking point, Saki further, just to the audience, thank you. So we're still pushing to hit 100 likes on the stream. Still a good viewership, a strong viewership. Thank you. Pardon me. So we're still pushing to hit 100 likes on the stream. So if you've not clicked on the like button and you have no reason not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it. So click on the like button, and we're also looking to hit 30 new subscribers, 30. So 30 new subscribers in the course of this session. So we are getting there because quite a few of you have responded, but we've not quite gotten to that 30 yet. So if you can push us to that 30, we just need still a few more to hit 30 new subscribers in the course of the stream. So as you set about that, let's listen to Saki Fada's commentaries on the prospects of Buratai being in jail in The Hague. So what are you then making then of possibly presenting moves being made to present the former chief of army staff
I think I've commented there.
Have you commented on that?
Yes.
All right, then you've run the whole garment. So thank you, Saki Fada. So from Saki Fada, then let's go on to let's go to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Thomas. Let me mute Saki Fada so we don't get a reverb. So good to have you, Thomas. So Thomas, I'm going to take you to a totally new space. This is it's not really a totally new space. It's a conversation that we have been having on the platform for quite a few days, but a new development that one of the subscribers have brought to our attention. So let me, without too much more dilly-dallying, let me share the screen so you see where I am. So this was sent in via Instagram by one of the subscribers, and I do invite you to do that. So let me just before I bring you the story, let me pop in my Instagram handle. So if you have any story that you'd like us to consider, you can always send it to me via Instagram. It might not necessarily make the cut, but if it's strong enough for the session, if it's strong enough for the platform, then of course we'll present it. So the headline you are seeing on your screen now, that was sent in by one of the subscribers via Instagram. So here it is, and there it is, Thomas. So this is something we've been discussing endlessly over the last few days. So 2023, Afenifere not divided over Tinubu, says Adeyeye. So this is the endorsement of Apitobi by Afenifere, which has caused somewhat of a controversy within the Yoruba space. Senator Dayo Adeyeye, National Chairman Southwest Agenda for Asiwaju 2023 Swagger, has said that Afenifere, the pan-Yoruba socio-political organization, is not divided on its support for the presidential ambition of the All Progressive Congress APC candidate, Bola Tinubu. Adeyeye made this known in a program monitored by the News Agency of Nigeria in Abuja on Thursday. Adeyeye said that Tinubu's candidacy enjoys massive support of majority of Afenifere members in spite of contrary insinuations in some quarters. I have respect for Adebanjo. He is my leader in Afenifere. As of today, the leader of Afenifere for clarity is Ruben Fashionronti. So there it is right there. I thought that had swapped over. Is Fashionronti still alive? I'm not even sure. There is no faction in Afenifere. What Fashionronti has merely done was that since he is in advanced age, he appointed someone to act on his behalf in the interim, and that person is Ayo Adebanjo. If a decision is going to be taken by Afenifere, it is not a one-man show. What I read in the papers was a personal decision of Adebanjo and not the opinion of Afenifere, he further said. Whatever Adebanjo said was not a statement issued at the end of a meeting of the organization. It was his personal decision. It is not a fact that Afenifere is divided and there is no factionalization. 99% of the Afenifere are behind Tinubu, he said. The politician further said that the 2023 general elections will be very interesting. I expect this to be perhaps the most competitive elections. I expect this to be perhaps the most competitive election, and one that will be watched more keenly throughout the world, because Nigeria is at a crossroad and we must get it right. I believe we have that candidate who can turn things around for good for Nigeria, he said. On the possible run-off for Tinubu, Adeyeye said it won't be possible. I don't see a possible run-off because the bar for you to be declared elected as president is not too high as we have it in some other nations of the world. In Nigeria, what you need to have is the majority of the votes and 1/4 of the votes in 2/3 of the states. I think that is easier to secure. We have the network, the chairman said. So two phases of that piece. The first phase goes to the conversation that we've been having quite a lot over the last few days, that the Afenifere space claiming that they have endorsed Peter Obi, and people querying that are they representative of the Yorubas want? Because the mass of the Yorubas, they might not necessarily be endorsing Peter Obi. So that is the space that that Adeyeye was reminding us, was speaking to rather, and he went on to remind us that Pa Adebanjo. So there are some key points that he made. That one, Pa Adebanjo is not actually the leader of the Afenifere movement. It is actually Ruben Fashoranti who designates Pa Adebanjo as a spokesperson, essentially as an interim figure. And the second thing he highlighted was that the endorsement of Peter Obi was not off the back of a meeting of the Afenifere group. It was just an assertion made by Pa Adebanjo, who acts as the Afenifere leader, but who is not the substantive Afenifere leader. So that is his argument, and that seems to somewhat rhyme with the conversations that we have been having. So to that space, Thomas.
Thank you, one man. Good evening, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, everyone. Good evening to everyone.
Sorry, Thomas. I do beg your pardon. Before you carry on, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. I did pack them to one side to read them, but sorry. Let me just quickly do that. So this is from Kulata, who yes, I was saving this to read that article because he sent it in. It says Afenifere throws Adebanjo under the bus of Vanguard. So that was the super chat that prefixes that readout that I've just done. And this is the mighty Alexander Gomez, of course, who knows the function of a super chat. And it says quintessential Tinubu Ara Isale Eko Pataki. So that is him. And this the final super chat from Kulata. It says Obi should keep energizing his base. Good strategy. So that is to speak to the space of Peter Obi going to traveling on a world tour to canvass for opinion. I'm highlighting this super chat, this chat rather, not because it's a super chat, but because it rhymes with something that I was saying to San Diego just then. It says one man, 2.8 billion, not 2 billion, was traced to Buhari's account when he was the petroleum minister. So it's a widely known story. Buhari has been looting the country since the 80s, early 80s. So there it is. So to you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, one man, for the information. So Baba Adebanjo, I don't know, because we can't insult the elders, but he should have said, "This is my personal opinion." But what we had on the social media and what is being said generally is that Afenifere group has endorsed Peter Obi. And you will know I'm the one of the person that's been against that like some weeks ago. So why will Baba Adebanjo go in that manner? I don't know. But it's very good that the Afenifere has come out and debunked that they didn't endorse Peter Obi. So now I don't have any problem with Afenifere anymore now. I'm having problem with the person that said this, that made the statement. Baba Adebanjo could have said, my personal conviction is...
It's not Afenifere person that make that statement. It's a Tinubu, one of the Tinubu spokesperson. It's an APC man. It's not a member of Afenifere. It's just lying and telling you.
No, what you said is factually right, though. Ruben Fashionati is the leader of the Afenifere, but of course, he's in advanced age now, but he still remains the leader. And there was no meeting of the Afeniferes to arrive at this position that has been asserted by Adebanjo. So it's right on those two scores.
But Fashionati is no more an active leader. Adebanjo is the leader at the moment, and that is why you saw all those groups holding meeting at his house. You saw Obi there. You saw the Papa Edwin Clark there, and you saw all the leaders of Afenifere at that meeting. So Baba Adebanjo is the active leader. Baba Fashionati is a retired leader. So that guy is just trying to confuse Yoruba people by misinforming them. He's not a member. He's not a member.
No, he is. How do you know if he's a member or not?
He's not.
How do you know?
He's not. He's not a member. He's not a member.
How do you know?
Afenifere are not member of APC.
No. Afenifere are not a political party.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he's
but
not
a politician can be a member. He's a Yoruba man.
Is a spokesperson of
we know that. We know that because I read it out. I read it out already. But how do you know he's not a member of Afenifere?
He never told you that in that statement that he's a member of Afenifere.
Yeah, but
he never told you that.
He's not? How do you
That's
know
what
he's not?
I am telling you. He never told you that he's a member of Afenifere.
Yeah,
so
but
he
doesn't know. How do you know he is not?
One man. He never said that he is a member of Afenifere. Therefore, there's nothing to show that he's a member of Afenifere.
He did somewhat. Hold on.
Yeah.
He said, I have respect for Adebanjo. He is my leader in Afenifere. As of today, the leader of Afenifere, for clarity, is Ruben Fashionati.
Yeah. Ruben Fashionati.
No, he says he's my leader in Afenifere.
Yeah. Look, every Yoruba person should see Baba Adebanjo as our leader, isn't it? So he's calling him my leader does not necessarily mean that he is a member. I will call Baba Afenifere my leader too. I will call him my papa. I will call him my leader. So every Yoruba person will see him as an elderly person in our land.
But actually, why is Baba spreading fake news?
What do you mean by fake news? Baba is not spreading fake news. I mean,
let me say, why did it come out that they are endorsing Peter Obi, where the Afenifere group they doesn't endorse him?
They didn't have a meeting fake to agree that position.
They Afenifere, before Obi even jump out for the presidential position, I've been saying that. Hold on, people.
Don't recycle what we said that.
Okay, why don't you want me to talk?
Yeah, because
why must it be your own? Why must it be you guys' position all the time?
You are going to recycle what you said.
I'm not recycling. I'm not recycling.
Okay, go on.
They have been saying before Obi jump out that it's the time for Igbo to be president. on the principle of, what do you call this thing? Equality and justice.
Fairness and equity, they claim.
Yes. So them now, acting in that direction should tell you that, you can hold them for their word anytime. They're never shaky and they stand by what they believe in. So you people, for this guy now to say, oh, these people didn't say this, or
we know that.
He said they did not have a meeting to agree that
He
position.
didn't know. He's not a member of them.
How would you know that he did?
How do you know
He's not a member of them. He's a politician. He's a Tinubu follower. He's just trying to misinform you people, and he has got you.
No, he hasn't gotten anybody.
Can be
you.
No.
Member.
Can you hold on, please, Thomas? You're making a lot of leaps to arrive at what you're saying, Ajale Koko. You are making the leap that is not a member of the Afenifere, which you don't know, and then you are also making a leap that he doesn't know what he's saying, which you don't know. The guy is informing us, and we have no antecedents because we monitor the space that Afenifere had a meeting to agree that. So there was no meeting that took place, and Adebanjo just spoke on behalf of the group. So there was no group meeting. There was no meeting where a communique was then issued, which we know did not take place. And if there was no meeting to agree a position, then he's speaking in a personal capacity.
Okay, if that guy is actually saying the truth, as you are projecting him now, why did we see Obi in Afenifere house? Why did we see?
We didn't see him in Afenifere's house. We saw him in
Baba Yodanjo's house. Yes. Why did we see Papa Edwin Clark there as well? Why did we see other leaders of Afenifere in that meeting with Obi, with Papa Clark and others? If Afenifere were not actually supporting Obi, so that guy is just this guy is a politician. This guy is a politician. He represents Tinubu, and he's just trying to cause confusion. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what is actually going. Okay, he doesn't really know. He is trying to cause. He's just trying to cause confusion. He's trying to misinform you guys, and carry out propaganda against Afenifere, because the position they are taking is a position that is contrary to what they stand for, and they have to do everything to rattle Afenifere.
No, that's your interpretation, though. That's your interpretation. That's your interpretation. Yeah.
Oh, yes. That's the way I see it, and and you will by tomorrow, when Afenifere respond, you will hear the fact when Afenifere come. But what I know is that Afenifere has chosen their position, and nothing going to change.
You can't say that.
Okay, wait. You will know. It's a matter of time. It will get clearer to you. But you people thinking that Afenifere will support Tinubu, hey, they will never support Tinubu, because it is clear that they've been saying it is time for the East, and they are going with it. They are backing their word with action now, and I think that is
we don't know that, because Afenifere has not issued a communique. All we've heard is from a member of the Afenifere movement, which is an individual personalized comment.
Are you calling a leader? When the leader speak, you are saying that he speak on his own volition and not on behalf of the association?
It's not an emperor. It's not an emperor.
No. What I'm telling you, I am telling you the way. I am telling you the way it works. No, I am telling you. I am telling you the way it works. In an association, when the leader speak, he speak on behalf of that association,
but
and
they
not
are
on his own
debunking it now. He's not speaking on their behalf.
Yes, he's speaking in his personal capacity.
Okay, you guys can continue to live in denial, but it's a matter of time. It will be clearer to you guys that Afenifere are not with Tinubu, they will not support
We don't
Tinubu.
care about
They
Tinubu.
have
We are not
chosen
talking
their
about Tinubu
position.
here.
Hold on, Thomas. It doesn't matter if they're in support of Tinubu or not. But what matters is that Adebanjo cannot, in his personal capacity, speak on behalf of Afenifere. He cannot, leader or not. And he can only speak after the group has agreed a position that we're endorsing this guy. And what we are being made aware of, and we are aware of somewhat, is that there was no meeting of the Afeniferes where a communique was issued. He spoke off the cuff, and then he then foisted that his personal want on the space. So it's not speaking of the back of a meeting.
You don't know one man. Why do you say that he spoke without the consent of the? How do you know that he
because
spoke
there was
without
no
the consent
meeting.
of others?
There was no meeting and no communique issued.
But they have to issue the communique, a public communique in the news of paper. Do they need to? Do they need to
issue a communique on
hold on, woman. Do they have to issue it on a printed on the pages of newspaper before you believe that they're making a statement on where they stand? Do they have to make a communique on the pages of newspaper?
Baba, please calm down. But can we go with what is still subsist for now? Because if Afenifere doesn't go with what this man just said now, they will come tomorrow to counter it. But now we haven't get any contrary view. So we can still go with what this man said now. Can we do that?
No, I don't think we can, Thomas.
You're just trying to believe a liar. When this guy
but you can't say that he's lying.
Well, yeah, time will tell.
You can't confirm that he's lying.
Let me leave you alone. Time will tell. We will know the truth.
Yes, time will tell. Yes.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, let's go with this. What this man come out. Then I will disagree with you, Ajale Koko. You can be a political member of any party and still be in Afenifere
as a Yoruba man.
As a Yoruba man.
Okay.
There's no crime in that.
I have had you. And
by the way, there is more sense in what the man is saying than because there has been no meeting. We know that there is no communique from the group. We know that, and the Adebanjo is not a substantive leader of the part of the organization. We know that. So I mean, I'm not sure that
I have just told you, Baba Fasoranti is a retired leader. Afenifere Baba Adebanjo is the active leader now. He's not interim. He's the real leader now. Baba Fasoranti, because of some reason of maybe health issue, is just an elderly person, but it's not an active leader anymore. So, but that guy, this confusion, this criminal politician that are trying to confuse you people, they have succeeded in confusing you because
why will you have to go this round every time? Go to that round. Forget about politicians.
Let me speak now. You go talk your own. These people have successfully, confused you, and more particularly with what you are lying with. So you are believing him that what he's saying is true, but what I know is that Baba, but when you hear anything from Baba Adebanjo, what you are hearing is stand for Afenifere. So, but if
even when the group has not met,
what do you mean by group? You said group has not met, and you saw them in. Didn't we see the picture yesterday? What we
saw in the picture was Adebanjo, Obi, and representatives of other regions in Nigeria. It wasn't an
Why were they there?
Yeah, for Peter Obi to lobby them.
For Peter Obi, why were they in Afenifere? Why did they go to Fasoranti's house?
Because it's the interim. We've already said that now.
There's nothing like interim. He is the leader now. He is the leader. That Baba is an elderly person, a retired leader.
He's not a substantive leader.
Oh, okay.
He's a leader designate. He's a designated leader.
So you are believing that guy that came to lie to you people, and he succeeded in, getting you people. That is fine. But time will tell. It's a matter of time. So let's leave it like that.
All right, back to you, Thomas. So it looks as though then Adebanjo is being nailed down. We did think that he moved too quickly and he spoke beyond his brief, and this is what seems to be emerging. Thomas.
So yes, this is my argument since some weeks ago now. So Baba Adebanjo really speak in his own capacity, which
is fair enough.
It's fair enough.
But don't put it under the name of Afenifere. It's just
don't put it under the name of Afenifere. I've been throwing Afenifere as a group. I've been throwing them under the bus since some weeks ago now, because that position, it doesn't cohere in any way. Where will Afenifere, a socio-cultural group of Yoruba land, Yoruba, I mention it again, Yoruba, not Arewa, not Igbo, endorsing somebody, a stranger? So what this man said now, if it is true, but we can still say what this man says is succeed until Afenifere come out, or Baba Adebanjo himself come out to debunk this man. So it still succeed. So Baba Adebanjo, for him to say that, he can say that as a citizen of a nation, but not in the capacity of Afenifere as a group. So I
do you think it should be cautioned? Do you think, because on this important matter, do you think it should be cautioned with respect? But do you think Papa Adebanjo should be cautioned?
As an elderly man, we can't say caution. But Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. I don't know, maybe your mom or one of your dad is still alive till now.
I don't go personal.
No. I'm just one man. Just calm down. Let me finish. I think in a stage in life, when our parents get to some certain age, we have to not control them, but we have to give them advice. And sometimes they will think twice about what we say. And sometimes I've done that countless of time. My parents will say something. I'll say, Mom, Dad, why don't we do it in this way? And they will reason with me, and they will go with me. And what's my suggestion many times, normally way over their suggestion. It's not that they are not wise, but sometimes Baba Adebanjo, we can't say we should caution him, but as like a respect, we can give them advice, and you can think in our own direction as well. Yes, just because you know, one man, you remember, you remember, I've been throwing Afenifere under the bus since almost 3 or 4 days ago now. That no, it can't be. They cannot endorse Peter Obi in any way. No,
I think they'll be withdrawing that. I think they'll be withdrawing that very soon. Sure.
Yeah, but as a group, as Baba, as a personal, like a citizen, you can have any preferential for any candidate, and that is welcome. There's no crime. But as a group, a Yoruba group, no, they can't do that. Even if they want to endorse anybody, if they have it in their mind to endorse Peter Obi, they don't have the right to come out and endorse Peter Obi. They can have it at the back of their mind, but coming to the public, to the populace, to endorse him as a social group of Yoruba land, endorsing someone else, it doesn't run well with me or one man in any way. So let's wait for maybe another communique from the Afenifere group as a group. Let's see what we go on there.
All right. So I think really we have to work on the hypothesis that unless because it's too important a matter for an individual to make an assertion. So let's work on the hypothesis that until and unless a communique has been issued by Afenifere, then these are just the respected and revered personal views of our Debanjo. So personal views. Let me take it from there, Thomas. Obasanjo, Wike, Obi, others meet in London. So what are you then making then of this Wike politics that doesn't seem to follow any direction?
One man. To me, it's still it's crazy to me. One thing, let us go like this. Let's see what is going to come out of this thing. Let me start with Obi. I don't know what Obi is trying to tell Nigerians and portray to the Labour Party. Because if Obi defected to Labour Party and is still romancing his former party, which is PDP, I think Labour Party they buy bad markets, to me, in my opinion. Because I could remember the last time he was almost prostrating for ATIKU. He was still romancing Autumn. He's still in their gathering. It's as if he's still in PDP. To me, it looks as if he's still in PDP in spirit, but in physical, is in Labour Party. By now, I suppose what I think should now, you should be throwing ATIKU under the bus. As normal politics we play in Nigeria, if you really want to win something, or you want to make a change, or you want to take the power from these two parties, not still romancing them, playing with them, still you look as if he's still in PDP. To me, it doesn't look as if he has changed or he has defected to the other group. So to me, I don't understand him. Then Baba Obasanjo being in their midst, going around. One man at Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been in Obasanjo's house as well. Nobody can tell me that because they met now with Peter Obi, with PDP, it means that they've endorsed, Obasanjo has endorsed Peter Obi in any way. When Asiwaju went to Baba Obasanjo in Ota, do you see all the spirit there? You can see how Baba Obasanjo held Asiwaju, drag him to the room like a friend, like I don't know how we explain that. So can we say because of that he has endorsed Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? No, Obasanjo is the elder statesman, the most Nigeria that
he
I know.
traveled all the way to London though to go and have that photo opportunity with Obi and Wike.
But one man, you don't know what brought Baba to London. It could be any other thing. Then coincidentally, maybe they invited him. We don't know. I don't think because of that meeting, Baba will travel all the way from Nigeria to London for Photoshop. I don't think that. Yes, please.
What do you think? Maybe because, for example, Obasanjo was in PDP, Wike is in PDP, Obi was in PDP. Maybe this was just a gathering of, PDP like-minded people. Maybe it's not even about the presidential
politics.
It may
but we can't rule out politics, because they will talk about politics, which they will definitely do. They will talk about politics in that gathering, and I know that meeting it's about politics. You can't say it's because of Photoshop or any other thing. So to me, that is why I said I don't think why Peter Obi still romancing PDP. Why are you romancing PDP? And I know PDP will not collapse their party for Labour Party for Peter Obi. No, Peter Obi is the one that we can suggest that he can collapse his whole ambition to the PDP, because as we are speaking now, PDP is the strongest party in the West Africa. Even they are even stronger than the APC, because since they found the founder of what they call PDP, they haven't changed name. They are there since 99 or 98, thereabout. So I don't know. Peter Obi to me, it's like he's doing like he's not serious about this thing. By now, he should be throwing all of them under the bus, even PDP, APC, ABGA, because that is the politics in Nigeria. If you want to be playing politics of gentle, my leader, frustrating, you are not going to get anything.
Sorry,
yes,
just
please.
to add to that too. And even Baba Obasanjo said he's no longer a member of PDP. He has said it before, yes, that he is not a member of PDP again. I think some years back. So, but you're right. I think it cannot just flew to UK because of that. I think it might be there for something else, and they called and said, "Okay, Baba, yeah, let's have a meeting again."
Yes, you are right, because to me, no. There's nothing coming out of that meeting. Maybe tangible thing coming of that thing, because Peter Obi needs to get his act together. The people I'm seeing him will say is gathering himself with. It's not people that will win election for him. It's people that will even they will. PDP is not going to collapse their party for Peter Obi. Never. It will never happen. It's the one that will collapse his party for them. So to me, he should just get his heart together and face the real politics, one man.
All right. And of course, everybody meeting Wike in London at the moment. ATIKU there as well, just to mark the register. But is it essentially just that, register marking, as the ship sailed in terms of reforming relationships between Wike and ATIKU?
One man, they need to. I'm just tired of this Wike conversation. It's still coming to the headline every time. They should just anything that is happening between them, they should just solve it. And I still want Wike in that party, because they really need him in that party to win. Because as I remember who spoke, the first person that spoke. It really digress. It dissects the everything, because the west, the southwest is gonna vote for Tinubu. There's no doubt about that. The east, they're gonna vote for Peter Obi. The north, they were gonna vote for they're gonna vote for ATIKU. So the southwest, the south will really be the determinant of this or this coming election. So if ATIKU wants to gain ground in the south, which you said yesterday, like the house or what Wike can cover is more than rivers. He has extension people that can help PDP, which you mentioned Makinde, Otom, and all the rest. And because they are in the camp of Wike, so they need to come together and wrestle the power. If I would even like PDP to win the election, maybe we should be changing every 8 years. If you don't do good, we kick you out. We take another party. I could have prayed. If I have any power or magic power, I want PDP to grab the power back. Let's see what PDP can do. I would have loved Labour Party to grab the power, but I know Labour Party cannot win election in Nigeria. Because if they can win election in Nigeria, we will see different in Ekiti, in Osun. We will see if they have the spread across the whole nation. We will see them. I will still mention this. People in my local government, Kaduna local government, they don't know who is Labour Party, who is Peter Obi. So they need vote from all these core Yoruba land. So to me, they should just, what happened between them, they should just iron it out and let the party move on, so that they can wrestle the power from this APC that has destroyed our Nigeria. One man.
All right, brilliant. Okay. Have you you've spoken on the Masari space? Have you
Yes, Masari. Let's quick, and I would love to speak on what they call it, the Buratai. Just quick comment. I'll join the two together.
All right, join the two together.
One man, Masari, it's only if we are deceiving ourselves. Masari, you remember when Babajide Otutoju asked him, Peter Obi, he makes some funny sound that we know the meaning.
Actually, Thomas, if you don't mind, let us remind ourselves. It's only a couple of minutes, so let's remind ourselves just what we're talking about. So this is the governor of Katsina State being questioned by a presenter on the upcoming 2023 election. So this is what the conversation is circling around.
How would you assess Bola Tinubu's chances?
I think we're assessing his chances now. Who is better than him in the political trail of Nigeria today?
Some people think Obi is better.
Who?
Some people think Peter Obi is better than him.
I don't know him.
Some will say
I don't know. I don't know him. Somebody who was a governor of Anambra. You go and ask a Katsina man, the politician, how many of them know Peter Obi? This is not, we are talking about a presidential candidate of Nigeria. Somebody who has cut all barriers, tribal, religious, regional, name it. Somebody. ATIKU is a formidable force. No doubt you can. ATIKU is a force. But our force is greater than him. Our force is greater than him, and he knows that. He is a veteran of contesting elections.
Yes.
And also
this looks like
a veteran loser.
This looks like his best chance.
No. That was said several times. That was said several times. And it never came to pass. And this one will never come to pass.
So Bola Tinubu is the next president.
Inshallah.
Are the people here in the north, especially in your states, are they buying into the Bola Tinubu project?
They have already bought into it.
You're constantly engaging with them.
You see, first of all, like you said, Bola is not a new name in politics of Nigeria.
All right, so Thomas, that's it. Really, a flavor of the conversation. So your comments on that, and then quickly on the Buratai space, and then
one man, he nailed it on the head. I think Masari is watching one man show because this is what we have been saying all the time. ATIKU is formidable. He said it, and he said he's a formidable loser. He's a veteran. We can't take that away. But Peter Obi, it's not this time. Maybe if you keep this momentum, wait till the next election. Maybe do it a couple of times, maybe two times thereabout. And even after this election, it's not that you will stop. The momentum should be there till the next election. Maybe it will gain more level, more ground. PDP could have been the best platform for him to run because the structure is there.
Do you think after the 2023 elections, Peter Obi will go back to PDP?
It will certainly do, in my opinion. It will certainly do. One man, there is nothing Labour Party has to offer. Don't let's just deceive ourselves. I like to be truthful to myself. If Peter Obi can campaign in Ekiti, in Osun, he was there physically. And they only got 2,000 votes, or how many votes did they get? Peter Obi is a good candidate in a wrong party. It is in a wrong party, my brother. Let's deceive ourselves. Peter Obi is a good candidate. If Peter Obi is a Yoruba man now, I will kill in his back. Because I know he will Peter Obi president is not a waste for Nigeria. It can't be like Buhari. No, it will work. Things gonna change. I know it's gonna work. It may not work to biggest capacity, but we can't be where we are now. He becomes the president of Nigeria, but he's in the wrong party. Even his ideology, it doesn't even rhyme with Labour Party. So what are they? I'm still waiting for that manifesto, one man. Maybe Labour Party will jettison their manifesto, go with Peter Obi, or Peter Obi will jettison his manifesto, go with Labour Party manifesto. I'm still waiting for that.
All right. Thomas, let me ask you this. If Tinubu wins the 2023 elections and ATIKU retires from politics, which he has to be, after 2023, and Peter Obi goes back to the PDP, wanting to take this new momentum that he has to a bigger space where it will have more impact. How do you think that will play out in terms of Wike, who will still be in the party and be the strong man of that space? So if Peter Obi wants to go back to the Labour Party, will Wike even let it out to the PDP? Do you think Wike will even let him come back because he'll be too big for him to handle?
One man, for now, if Peter Obi, we know he's not going to be the president of Nigeria. Don't let us deceive ourselves. So probability, if he go back to PDP, one man, Wike is now formidable. Wike is formidable. You can't throw him away. He has the power. He has the mouth. He has gathered momentum. One man, Wike did well. If Tambo didn't stab him at the back, maybe he could have been the presidential candidate of PDP today. So if he went back, if he go back to PDP, one man, after the election, it will just be messed up. It will be messed up because Wike will not step down for him to be the leader. Because for now, I can still say after ATIKU, Wike is still the formidable one now because he came second on that premise for PDP. So I would have even loved Peter Obi to stay in PDP and gain this momentum. But Labour Party is nothing, one man. Don't let us deceive ourselves. All these wishful thinking, things gonna change. We're gonna sweep everywhere. We are not going to pay shishi. We are not. No, it doesn't work in Nigerian politics. It doesn't work. It has not worked, but I don't think it will never work. So Peter Obi is a good candidate, one man. It's not that. There's no doubt. If they swap Peter Obi for Tinubu today, let's just say Peter Obi just become a Yoruba man today and it's Tinubu, I will vote for him because I know he's gonna make change. So that is just it. Let me talk briefly on Buratai so that you can go to the other.
Yeah, go on.
One man, there's nothing that's gonna happen. The last thing that will happen to Buratai will not leave the shore of Nigeria, and there's nothing that's going to happen. And for him to be prosecuted, I think the Nigeria needs to tender him to the international community. One man.
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Carry on.
I said, yes, can Nigerian government, they need to tender him to the international committee for the prosecution?
I think the international community would request him, but I don't think the Nigerian government will surrender him readily. But then, of course, if there's an international warrant out for him, then that means he's confined to the Nigerian borders because anytime he leaves, then it's at risk of being picked up by Interpol.
Yes, that's what I said. It will just be in the confines of Nigerian shore. Then there's nothing going to happen. One man, I asked earlier on, I said, you can't blame Buratai for the killing of Shiites because you can't remove the hand of Buhari. It's a religious fight, one man, with El Zakizaki. It's a religious fight, one man. And for them to carry out that massacre, you can't rule out Buhari's order. Buhari is still the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria. So you can't remove Buhari's hand. Buhari I know Buhari is the one that gave them the go ahead. Mama, Al Mustafa is still working freely today. He said he's yielding to a command, and you know, command is go. So Buratai we said I was told to do that, and he will exonerate himself. So that is just my comment, one man. Thank you for this time, please.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go on from Thomas to Ajanle Koko, if it's ready. So Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yes, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, to it then, what seems to be generating the most conversation, the meeting that took place. So it's still Wike we're with. We talked about him extensively yesterday. His meeting with Tinubu, and we thought that Tinubu had scored a coup then, but it looks as though Wike is parading himself to all suitors. So he's met now with ATIKU in London, but more pointedly and more cogently, he met with Peter Obi, and the curiosity with Obasanjo having oversight of that meeting. So what do you think then is in play in London, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Let me say good morning, afternoon, evening to our listeners around the world. Please use this time to click on the like button, share, subscribe. If you haven't done so. Wike is the man of the moment. Is the man that every player in this presidential contest are looking for to give them the victory. And whoever that gets Wike on his side will surely become the president of Nigeria. When Wike traveled to where did he go last time? I think it was in Turkey. So he was pursued there. The ATIKU men pursued him there. Now he's in London. They're running after him. So they know the importance of Wike. They know it's important. Obi is enjoying momentum, while Wike is a factor to reckon with for whoever that want to be the president. So you can see the difference between two of them. Momentum will not necessarily give you the victory, but the factor that really matters to get you to that position is the real deal. And Wike and his group are the real deal. And wherever they swing to, like I said earlier, that is where the victory, that is where we claim the victory in 2023. The way it looks like now, I mean, we see it that ATIKU quickly run to London to meet them. So he knows that Wike, they can't let Wike go. So ATIKU and his group, they won't let Wike go. They will do everything to pacify him and retain him in PDP. Tinubu on his side, they saw the clash that is going on between his group and that of ATIKU, and they want to use that opportunity, you know, to lure him to their side because they know if they can get Wike and his group. Check it out. We have Wike that will deliver River State anytime, any day. They have Otom that will deliver Benue State anytime, any day. They have who else they have?
Makinde.
They have Makinde. Makinde might not necessarily deliver for ATIKU, but it's a factor to reckon with as well because it's a governor. It can play some role as well. So, and they have that, Duke. Duke is popular in, what's the name of the state? Is it not Cross River or what is the name of the state?
Yeah, Cross River.
Cross River. And they have some other government. They have the Dixon in what do you call it?
They have their Abia State. They have their Abia State guy.
They have Abia. So all those people that Wike have in his group, if they should leave PDP, if ATIKU don't do anything to retain them, ATIKU should just forget it. ATIKU is gone. He cannot get it. And like I said earlier, some weeks back, some months ago, that whoever that wins South convincingly is the person that will become the president of Nigeria. So Wike and his group, they are a force to reckon with in Nigerian politics today. And that is why you see them chasing them. People are chasing them everywhere. So another person that I will see as that has really established himself, that has really convinced us that when you are talking of Nigerian politics, he is the most influential president in the history of Nigerian politics. Baba Obasanjo is in London as well. So what is going on? Which side is Obasanjo? What is the role he's trying to play? I know he's trying to play a very good role for Nigeria, but which side is he? We don't know. But I can guess that for Obasanjo is a man that believes in fairness. He will want that power to come down to the South. And in the South, we have two persons, Bola Tinubu and Obi. So who is Obasanjo supporting? Who is he backing? Nobody knows, because Obasanjo have not issued that a categorical statement that is supporting somebody.
Language? Who does his body language lean to? Or who does Obasanjo's body language lean towards?
I think Obasanjo have not convinced us enough that he's supporting any one of them. But I can tell you that it's for the South, for the reason of equity, that, okay, the North have just, 7 years in power, going to finish in the next 7 months to complete his 8th year. I'm sure Obasanjo is on the side of the Southern candidate, but he has not issued out a categorical statement, and Obasanjo will surely issue out his categorical statement when it gets to the time, because he's not a man that will hide his whoever that is going to put his weight behind. He will surely come out frontally. He will issue that statement in the newspaper. He will issue that statement on the television, and he will back that person if necessary by campaigning for him if it is necessary, and he won't hide away from that person. So it's for the Southern candidate, but I cannot really say, because he has behaved very well to both of them. He's been acting like an elderly statesman. You see the way, as what do you call Thomas been mentioning, that he held Tinubu hand and was dragging him like his brother. And when Obi was there, he was putting his arm on the on the shoulder of Obi, taking snappy picture with him. So it's showing brotherliness to both of them by his action.
But why has he traveled all the way to London to go and facilitate Obi's meeting with Wike?
Is it there because of Wike? I mean, because of Obi?
Well,
how do we know?
I think we can conclude that.
I'm not gonna arrive at that conclusion yet. But what is going on just tell me that the southern leaders are working out a strategy to make sure, and him included, as the most respected, the most elderly among them, for them to back a candidate that can win that election, and make that power to come down to the south. So I think that is the role he's playing. But whoever that is supporting, who is that person? I don't know yet, because he has really confused me. It looked like he's supporting Obi, and it looked like he's not abandoning Tinubu as well. So, but I believe that the southern political leaders are working out a strategy so that the power will not be retained in the north. So that is what I see in the game he's playing, and he's playing a very good role. We should commend him that he's the most active. Where is Gowon? Gowon was his boss. Gowon is not active politically. Where is Babangida? If Babangida is not active politically, where are other generals? They are not active politically. He is the only one kicking, and he is not. He doesn't. He is playing a very, very elderly and very important role, and he always makes sure that his contribution to the success of whoever going to be the president, matters, and he is doing it. He's trying to do that again this time around. But let's just wait and see who he will come out categorically to support. But Wike is the man of the moment. Wike and his group, they are the first to reckon with, and they are the one whichever side they go, will surely win the president. But to say they're going to go the side of Obi, it looks very difficult for me, because they know.
I don't see it either. Of all of the options that Wike has, I don't see him going with Obi. There's nothing there for him. He's a senior politician now. He's not some internet kid.
Yeah, I don't see him going with Labour Party, because Labour Party has no ground in the north, and we have seen it that for anybody to be the president of the country, that person must penetrate the north. So Labour Party doesn't have ground in the north, and I don't see them putting supporting Obi because it has no force that can deliver the votes in the north. If Obi's vice president had been the Kwankwaso, the game would have been a different ball game. But the guy he have on his ticket have no influence, have no political standing. Is not known in the north as well. So I don't see them supporting Obi. But maybe they are permutating that the election might go into rerun. And if that actually happens, then Obi factor, Obi relevant factor and relevant will be required at that time. So because Obi have to support somebody. So maybe that is why they with Obi and all of them are meeting that, look, this thing, okay, when we go into the first round, if we have to go into the run, where are we going to stay? Where are we going to be? Who are we going to support? So that is the area I see where Obi
if it goes into a rerun, who do you think Obi will? That's one. And who would you recommend that Obi should support? So who do you think he will? and who would you recommend that he should support?
If Obi really want to prepare ground for his future ambition, because he still have age on his side. He's 60 years old or 61. If he really want to prepare a political future, bright future for himself, and if not for him, maybe for another Igbo man, it's going to be good for him to support Tinubu for a reason of cooperation and unity between Igbo and Yoruba. But if it's want to be careful,
would that be to pay back from Pa Adebanjo endorsing him?
That is another reason why he has to deliver that support to Tinubu, because we have to come to our senses, all of us in the South. We have to put behind us all the nonsense that we have done against each other in the past, and we have to be ready to pay sacrifice for the better political future and the unity among us in the South. So if you want to play a selfish politics, he will put his weight behind ATIKU, thinking that, okay, if I support ATIKU now, if ATIKU run his turn and is coming back to the South, yeah, maybe I will be relevant. Igbo position will be relevant, and maybe, yes, I will be the person that people will give that support from the South. But I haven't seen that Buhari is there, has been there for 7 years now, going to 8 years. Why must he support ATIKU? Why must he want that power to go to the North again? It can't be so foolish. He has to support a Southerner, and supporting Southerner, that will mean that he might not be president, but he can prepare ground for another young Igbo man we know today that can be a strong candidate that the entire of Yoruba land, Yoruba people will pay back and say, well, when it was critical at this particular time, Igbo people put their weight behind our candidate, and we have to pay back. We must do that. That is the best thing he could do. So Tinubu will be the most favorable for him, to back in that rerun election. So that is the way I see it, and that will be the better way to go. No matter what, that will be the better way to go.
All right. So this Wike game playing, do you think it's a River State something? What Wike is doing? Is it a River State something?
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As it sweet us, we go to pay them. As it pay them, we go to sweet us. As it sweet us, we go to pay them. As it pay them, we go to sweet us.
All right, I know that can start to get a bit annoying, but I still enjoy it.
One man, that is my man right there. I love that guy, man. And I love that song too.
Yeah. So Ajanda Kuko, before I take you on to the next talking point, just a call to the audience again. We did set a benchmark of 30 new subscribers for this session, for this streaming. So we're on the way there. We're about 10, 11 away from it. So if you want to carry us to that space, so if you have no reason not to subscribe, then you have every reason to. We do this every day, often instances twice a day, but certainly every day. So if you want to be part of it and encourage it somewhat, then click on the subscribe button. We want 30 new subscribers today. We're on the way there, but we've not quite tipped over the edge. But if you want to tip us over the edge of 30 new subscribers, then do that. Also, we were setting a benchmark of 100 likes on the stream. If you look at your screen, we're just a skip and a jump away from that. So if you want to skip and jump us to that 100 benchmark, so we're setting the 100 likes as a benchmark. That's not to say that's all we want, but if you get it to the 100, then I won't ask you anymore, but you can still continue to like if you want. But tip us over that 100 mark, or if you want to take us to 150, that would be even better. As you listen to Ajanle Koko's commentaries of possibility of Buratai being paraded in the Netherlands in handcuff. So the ICC cases being prepared, 500 strong page document of evidence has been deposited with the ICC. So it looks as though the moves, they say the justice moves slowly, it's slow to grind, but it looks as though it is moving, and the prospects of Buratai in prison so tantalizing. But are you holding your breath for that, Ajanle Koko?
Before I go there, let me say this. You see, the Wike turning to a shining star now is caused by ATIKU. ATIKU and his group in PDP, and I don't know why ATIKU is not showing leadership, is not showing elderly maturity in his management of Wike. He should have done better, and we shouldn't have been where they shouldn't have been in a mess where they are today. You know, but now you see him running after Wike when it is getting clearer that Wike might go. But you know, but if ATIKU and his team are ready to give up that chairmanship position and ready to restructure the leadership position of the party, yeah, things might change. They might still, because this is the party that they all build, they all suffer, they labor hard to build. So what gain will it give them if they have to break it up? So, but a lot of it is in the hand of ATIKU, particularly because he's the most elderly among them all. He's the leader among them. Why is he pampering with his group? Why must we have the leader of the party, the Northerner, the leader of the what do you call it? Board of Trustees, the Northerner. I mean, things have to change. So he's the one that caused this problem. So, but going to this guy, you see, for the fact that a case or what actually happened? As The Hague invited him, or that organization just saying they are taking, they have wrote
the organization have let me actually, where is it? Let me give you a few paragraphs just to remind the space of what the conversation is. It says former military chiefs Buratai Abubakar to appear before International Criminal Court over alleged human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings, compiled in 500-page document. So that's the headline. A former chief of army staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, retired, and his Nigerian Air Force counterpart, Air Marshal Sadiq Baba Abubakar, will soon face criminal charges at the International Criminal Court ICC over alleged human rights abuses and extrajudicial killings during their time as security chiefs. According to a civic group, the Africa Center for Human Rights, an extensive investigation has been carried out on the two former military chiefs, and the center has gathered sufficient evidence in a 500-page document to indict the former service chiefs at the ICC in The Hague, Netherlands. The 5-year, 6-month tenure of Buratai and Abubakar was allegedly characterized by rights abuses and extrajudicial killings of Nigerians by soldiers. Speaking for the African Center, Dr. Atufere catalogued on Tuesday the alleged atrocities under the two former service chiefs, which has been tendered to the ICC. So that is where they are essentially with that case. So it goes on to detail all the evidence that they have that they've submitted to the ICC. Yeah. So that's where they are, Ajanle Koko. So they've gathered the evidence, presented it to the ICC, and it looks as though they are about to instigate an ICC investigation against these ruthless killers.
Yeah, it's not going to stop there. I think Yoruba Nation will surely file their own against him, and Biafran Nation will surely file their own against him. And what do you call it? Maybe the people in immediate belt, the Otom people, will surely file their own against him as well. So there's no way these guys will escape trial by International Criminal Court of Justice. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. There are a lot of evidences, on the ground against him and other military officers. Remember that attack on the Shiite members. The governor of Kaduna State actually set up a judicial panel that indicted them and passed that report to the federal government, for implementation.
Amnesty International also documented that space, the Shiite space. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's right, woman. Yeah, you are right. You are right. So what do you call it? El Rufai. Yes, it's a judicial panel, and they indicted them. They sent the report to the federal government for implementation to put them on trial. Federal government, under the leadership of Buhari, threw it in the dustbin, done nothing to it up to today. So, but all the facts are there. At one point in time, they will face it. It's a matter of time. They cover him up now with ambassadorial appointment. But when new government comes and the guard of honor, change hands, something will surely happen. He might still be hiding now, but he cannot escape. He cannot run away. They will get him one day. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. And a brief commentary on Governor of Katsina State's assessment of the 2023 elections. ATIKU, a veteran loser, and who the heck is Peter Obi? What are you making of his assessment, Ajanle Koko?
Well, he's a politician. He's a governor representing APC in Katsina State. So what he has done there is to successfully market Tinubu as the best candidate in this presidential race. He acknowledged ATIKU that he is a force to reckon with, but he will surely lose, according to him. But he knows that ATIKU is not he cannot be a brushover in this game, particularly in the north. He knows that. But on the issue of Obi, he knows Obi as well as a politician. But the statement that nobody knows him, yes, some people knows him, but we can agree with him that majority of people might not know Obi, particularly people in the rural area, and that is where most of the vote comes from, and people in the city. As a matter of fact, majority of them in the city might not even know him as well. But the enlightened one, people that are educated, who are the same as us in the South, doesn't vote. They might not be that great voters or practicing voters, but it's going to be very, very. Surely, it's just telling us that it's going to be hard for Obi to win their votes because he's not popular on the ground. He has no structure there. They have no. Where are the no name in that state working for him? and we know what drives the polity of this of the North, religion, and that tribe and the popularity. You must be popular among them to win their vote. If they don't know you, you must be a giver, long-time giver, to win the vote of majority of people. So it's element of truth in what you said, but to say that people doesn't know him, well, I hope it's not referring to 100% of their people, maybe some people. Largely, I mean, maybe majority, 90% of their people doesn't know Obi. That I will agree with him, because Obi this is just his first time. This is his first time, and he have never done anything for anybody in that part of the world. I mean, that part of that country. He have never done anything. He has never contributed anything to, politically. Maybe he has done on humanitarian ground, silently, but politically that is known, that make people get him closer to the people. We don't know it, and that is what that is one of the factors that drive the politics of the northern states. They must see you, and that's why you see Tinubu moving around, donating money at every situation. When some places, some market were born, he took some money there, 100 million or 50 million. He was sharing money. So those are the things that resonate with the people to give you votes. We have not seen Obi done that, and Obi is not that connected to the political power in the North. You must have that strong connection with them. You don't have it, you cannot wear them. North, we vote for people that are not Northerner on the basis that you are connected with them, you have eaten, you have dining, you have done everything with them, they know you very well. That is when you can get their vote. But if you have not achieved that, you have not politically, associated with them, you have not, you haven't politically associated with them, you have not on humanitarian ground connected with them, you have not on, you are not publicly connected with them, you can't get their votes. And those are the things that will work against Obi. So it's not lying, he's saying the truth. But I believe that some educated ones and some of our brothers from the East that live there will give their vote for Obi.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, fourth time, let's go from you, Ajanle Koko, to Ayo, who we hope is still with us. Ayo, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. So, Ayo joins us. So, Ayo, let me start you off. Why should I even start you off? So, we have to blame this on Kulata because he sent this in. And is that news story then that we came across in the course of the session, where the assertions by Pa Adebanjo is being questioned as to query if he's actually speaking on behalf of the Yoruba space or not. And somebody actually highlighted that there was no meeting actually where the Afenifere group agreed a position, never mind a communique being issued to assert, because it's such an important thing that it cannot just be said off the cuff and casually. So a meeting has to have taken place, a communique issued to assert a position. So none of this happened. So they are narrowing it then down to the singular wish and singular opinions of Pa Adebanjo, which is fair enough, but he cannot then wrap his own personal wills and whimsicals around their very name. So what are you then making of that argument that is evolving and the debunking of Pa Adebanjo's stance regarding the Afenifere stance?
All right, yeah, thank you, woman. I said this, what we're talking about is maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, that truly, I think Pa Adebanjo can speak for himself, not for Afenifere as a group. And truly, I read today also that he was just speaking for himself, not for Afenifere, because if you are doing that, there will have been a meeting where everybody sat with power, pastorality, and everybody and say, okay, yes, go ahead and speak on our behalf. But that visit to him was just a personal visit to me. So, and I feel whatever he has said is just his own personal opinion, not on behalf of Afenifere. Because Afenifere as a group has not issued any communique or anything regarding that. So truly, he's just speaking for himself and not for Afenifere. I respect him, as an elder, is an also, but I felt there's a better way to play things. If Papa Sonata say, okay, I'm old enough, I can't be moving, I want you to take charge and take control of the whole thing. There should be better ways for him to do things than the way it was and those statements he issued at first. But as you said, and what you have learned and what you read, so he was just speaking for himself, not for Afenifere. So
all
it's
right.
bad if he speaks for himself. Just as I said, just like what Professor Abdullah Angola did for during when he said for NEF, before the PDP convention, when he was speaking that there were like two favorites between I think Bukola Saraki and Bauchi, and later they can say, well, he was just speaking for himself, not for us as a group. So nobody can say he should not speak for himself. He has the right to do that, but not on behalf of Afenifere as a group, but as himself, he can do that.
All right, brilliant. And the meetings taking place in London, Wike, Obasanjo, ATIKU also turning up, separate meetings, of course. What do you think is in play there? And why do you think they are cutting Wike so aggressively?
Well, I will start with, let me start with Obasanjo's meeting with Wike in London and with Peter Obi. Well, as I said, I'm sure Baba will not flew to UK just because of that meeting. Probably he might have gone to attend another meeting.
Mr. Ayon,
yes?
you are too educational sound to say that. You are disrespecting Obasanjo for making that statement. Do you know he's
what do you mean by that?
Hold on, calm down. Let me
I'm just saying, what do you mean by that?
Let me put some light in what you are saying. Just because we have platform to say, we don't just say things like that. Obasanjo is the ex-president.
Okay.
His move is a national security. His big plan approved by his team and the government team. Obasanjo don't jump on plane and go to anywhere he likes. If it's not approved by the president, by the Nigerian government, it does not go. And if it's not approved by him, it does not go. So Obasanjo don't just jump on the plane one morning and jump to London because he wants to do one thing, or he went to London.
Hold on, please.
Hold on.
Sorry, what are you disagreeing with?
Are you sure you understood what I said?
Man is disagreeing to you guys saying, hold on, you are disrespecting Obasanjo by that statement.
What
Whatever
statement?
Obasanjo is doing in London has been pre-planned long before now. He has a schedule.
Says who? Are you?
No,
hold
on, Ayo. Because I think what piece may have misheard you. I think what Ayo is saying is that Obasanjo did not travel essentially just for the Wike Peter Obi meeting. That he likely would have had other plans, and it just happened to be in London, and then he joined them at the. Was that what you meant?
No, what I'm telling you guys, what I'm telling you, I heard what I'm telling one man and Ayo is that Wike and his team cannot just call on Obasanjo because he's in London and they have a meeting and say he should come. Obasanjo is in London because of that meeting, and it has been planned long before now. So that's why you see all of them there, because these people are national security people.
No, that's your speculation, though. That's your speculation.
This is not speculation. This is
Are you party to the organization of the meeting?
I'm telling you guys. You guys see Ajale Koko.
Please.
Leave Ajale Koko alone now. You're the one making the point.
Hold on.
Ajale Koko.
We all.
If you don't have confidence in what you're saying, then abandon it. Now, why are you calling Ajale Koko?
One man. Ayo, hold on, please. Sorry, I'm not disrespecting anybody here. Hold on. Even a professor of a university cannot just make a trip from Ibadan to Osun without clearance. Not to talk about the ex-president and to say he was just in London for something. Do you know that he was in London for something and they sent for him? These people, their security, their logistics is being planned ahead 3 months, 4 months before they even go anywhere they are going to. So whatever you see there, hold on. Whatever you see,
do you know contrary? Never. I disagree with you. No. What national security is
you can disagree because that's your emotion.
To Libya?
I'm not even speaking about politics. I'm speaking about security.
Security about what? About what?
These men are not just ordinary people like me and you that just come to this place. But just to even speak on any platform, it will be cleared first before speaking. These people,
you're
wrong.
I'm not wrong. You
invite
Obasanjo be clear to speak on a platform.
Yes, because there is a
what are you talking about? Why would Obasanjo be cleared to speak on a platform?
Hold on, one man. Have you ever submit an application to see Obasanjo in Ota?
No. I think you are conflating.
I'm not conflating. Whatever Obasanjo wants to do, it has to be scrutinized by his own security team.
No.
Then further by
no. Let me rearrange what you're saying. What Obasanjo, yes, it's the same with all the presidents around the world. Obama, he for the rest of his life, he has a retinue of CIA, FBI agents that will be monitoring his space to secure him. Similarly with Obasanjo, he will have a complement of security personnel from the states to secure him. So that is to secure him, but not to monitor him. Because what you are talking about is monitoring, and they are not there to monitor him. They're there to secure him, not to monitor him.
Obasanjo, for his rest of his life, have a security details.
Yes, so that's what I said already.
Protect, secure, watch over. How do you secure somebody if you don't monitor the person?
But not to monitor him.
Listen, hold on, I'm not going to go into argument. I'm not going to go into argument. Okay, it's okay. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Carry on now, we're too late in the hours. I'm going to shut down in half an hour, so let's just move on.
So where are we, Wama, please?
Yes, we were with Obasanjo and the meeting with Wike and Peter Obi.
Okay, so as I was saying, so he wouldn't have flew to UK just to have that meeting, because that meeting can be done in Nigeria. When they are back, yes, he will sit comfortable at his rock place in Abeokuta, and they will go there and they will discuss everything. So if Tinubu could go there with his bill, so why are you telling me others cannot go? He has to fly to UK, and that would have been arranged 3 months ago. No. So, but he was there on a different purpose, and they took advantage of that. And he was there with them. They talk about things again. I will know it's up to do with the election of 2023, which is a normal thing for them to discuss. So that was why he was there. He's always a father. He will play his role. As we know, his art is for the president to come back to the South. But as we said, but nobody knows who or where he's going to favor most. If he's going to favor Tinubu, or if he's going to favor Peter Obi, nobody sees his art. He himself only knows where he would decide at the right time he will do it. But we can't tell where he's going to be. But very soon that will be done. And back to Peter Obi, just to chip in a little bit about what Thomas said. Truly, if Peter Obi has said, "Oh, I left the PDP because of the injustice and because of things I felt that it's not bad," but these are the same PDP governors that you are still going back to romance with. And now when the campaign starts, you will say, "Oh, he's a saint, he had left PDP for them, he's a Labour Party which has a different ideology," and you are still going back to see those in the old rot again, those in the PDP. Then that means there is something that is not clear about that. And back to ATIKU, I think, you see, ATIKU, I said ATIKU made this to go to this extent.
Do you think he's left it too late? And all this meeting in London with ATIKU is just really for the pictures, because it's festered for too long.
Oh man, well yes, I would say it's too late. But sometimes in politics, it's never too late. You never can tell. But this just singular visit would not solve the problem about Wike. So if you feel just he has done for this meeting and that's end, no, for this to be resolved, for Wike to come back to his team and work for him, then it goes beyond just a singular meeting I just held with him. There has to be series of other meetings, and this is not going to be he's sending somebody, another governor there. No, he has to be there with some other governors, he has to do series of meetings, and he has to caution other governors like Sule Lamido and the rest to watch their utterances. If not, it will keep escalating. So he has just done a frame thing. I'm sure maybe they pushed to and say, you have to go, because that was part of the meeting. The candidates of the governors for PDP had with the PDP chairman yesterday. I think that was part of the thing they had with and said, look, what is going on? You cannot fold your hands. And the supposed leader of the party right now, ATIKU, is not doing anything. So they all went to cry and say, look, something has to be done now. Now, ASAP, or else this will be the end. And you all know what happened from the way the PDP chairman says he's going nowhere. And Wike's team is saying he must leave. That Ayu say he will be there till after the election, and he's promising that they will deliver 25 governors. We will see what happens. Time will tell. So if ATIKU wants this to be resolved, it's just not this one-time visit. He has to do it. Sit down with him again, assure him that he will be part of it, and let him know, oh yes, you are still in charge. We will reconcile whatever is going on in Rivers with you and Secondos. Please take charge of the state and tell us what you want, so that we can discuss as a team and forge ahead to work together. But if not, if he's just doing this for the press and say, oh, ATIKU was there and there's this picture they took together, I'm sorry, this is not going to work, because I'm sure there will have been serious discussion between Wike and Tinubu from those videos we saw from the meeting of the three governors, or four of them. The governor of Lagos State, Fayemi, and the rest, and Ondo, when they went to meet him, maybe like 3 weeks ago. That tells you there will be something going on, not just this particular one. So if ATIKU feels, oh, well, I've done it, I've gone there, I met him, and there's this picture of evidence, no, it goes beyond that. There has to be more consultations with him to bring him to the table and to discuss and see, okay, this is how we'll do it, this is this, and I think that will be the only way forward to resolve things with him.
All right, brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So the prospects of Buratai being in jail, in prison, is this something that you are vesting any hope in, Ayo?
Woman, I hope and I wish that will happen, but I don't think so. If truly rule of law have to be followed, he should be there to answer. At least let him go and speak for himself. Get his lawyers. Okay, what can you tell us? Who instructed them for this killing against the child? You can tell us who did this. But it's obvious it might not be there. It might not even go. Then later we'll see Malami coming to defend him and say some things like that. So I don't think that there's something. I don't think anything tangible will come out of it. Yeah, that's my personal opinion. But I wish it will be done. But I don't think anything will come out from that.
All right, brilliant. And to Masari's assessment of the 2023 space, ATIKU is serial loser, and who the F is Peter Obi. What do you make of his assessment, Ayo?
Oh man, you see, sometimes they say truth is always bitter, and it will continue to be bitter. Once you say that truth, people will not like you with the truth. And the truth still remains. Go to the street of Funtua in Castina. Go to the street of Karanamoda, Guzo, and Chikafa, and the rest in Sanfaran, and ask, who is this? I tell you, they would not. The elites, few of the elites will call people there. They would not know. They will not know who Peter Obi is, and that's the truth. Because the name does not resonate with it. This is not a name they've known, because this is not somebody who has been part of them. This is not somebody who has been romancing, have been going there to share with them, to eat and dine with them. So it will be difficult for them to say, oh, I know him, compared to Tinubu. That's the truth. if you ask them, I've been there. I still have friends there. I met way back 16 years ago. We still talk, and I tell you, this is, you see, once you align with the outsiders and they trust you, you do little things for them when they need it, even if it could be 1,000. Believe me, they will never forget that thing that you've done for them. They will always owe that and tell you, oh, you know that thing you did for me during when? Yes. And they will repay you a million folds. That is the truth. And I still have them. Up to now, about 16 years ago, we'll still be friends of friends. We've done so many things together. Up to now. And we talk. So truly, whatever Masari said is the truth. That I go to the street and ask. Easily they will tell you, oh, they know, but ask who, they will look at who is Peter Obi. But Tinubu has been doing this for long. First, he happens to be ex-governor of Lagos State. If you are a governor of Lagos State, you are more of a president of a country, because most of our neighboring countries in West Africa, they don't have the population of Lagos State. So if you can handle Lagos State successfully, it's like, yes, a president of a mini country from inside in Nigeria. And it's easier for anybody to know what goes on, because that is the economy of the country. And so Tinubu has been playing this role, going down there. He has friends there. So it's not as if you just woke up and say, oh, yes, I'm doing this. This has been something in line, pipeline for years. So there is no way you ask Ahmad Lawal, some of those who have been there, that will not tell you the role he has played. And that is why he said, we will never forget what he has done for us. That is the truth. He has done, and it is time for us to pay him back. So he has been doing this and that for them for a long time. So the name itself resonates with them. Ask them. Ask an Hausa man today, where do you want to go? If they wake him up, he will tell you Lagos. Because he has his brothers who has gone to Lagos during the tenure of Tinubu. They have come back, they make life, they make things. So they know it that, oh, if you want fortune, just go to Lagos. Go and start doing this, you will make your money. And then you come back again, invest that money there with your wives and go back. So that alone speaks that, oh, this is the place. And they've seen somebody who has been part of them. So it's not somebody, when they are in need, he has gone to assist them. And they felt that, oh, no, we appreciate this. This is the time we will give. So it's easier for you, anybody, to bring that name. Go to the call notes. Tinubu, than saying, oh, Peter Obi. So he said the truth. But that truly, the elites, truly, the elites there will know him. Those who knows who are such as those, yes, but the commoners, the real voters inside no. So he has said the truth so what he said is not as if maybe he was just painting it. That is the truth. Ask core people which you know, and say, oh, what is this? Do you know this? They will tell you, is it the person selling, or is that the Igbo guy selling something there?
Is that the pharmacist?
Look, I'm telling that is the truth. That is what you wear. Is that the pharmacist? Because if you go there, where if you want to buy things, that's what they are known for. You know, the pharmacist where you can go there and buy your stuff. And then you see Chinedu, I beg, give me those times, those years. You run back to Chinedu store. You buy it, you keep it in the bag. Even the days of Yerima, where you cannot drink outside, put it back, we go back to the house. So they know it. I personally, I still have friends which I got connected to the way back in Funtua. Because you have to go through Funtua, Katsina back to Safara. And we still talk up to today. So I know what goes on when we talk. We'll say, oh, this is it. I spoke like two of them today, and we were just by the same with some in Lagos. So it's just like telling me that, okay, let me ask you a question, one man. Do you think Labour Party will, even if they feel somebody in Katsina, are you telling me Labour Party will win one seat of House of Assembly in Katsina? It's a joke. It will never happen.
I don't think Labour Party will get 1,000 votes in Nigeria in Katsina. Not 1,000
It
votes.
will not happen because those sitting honorables there for APC or PDP, they will come back and they have their people. That's what they know. The same to go to Oyo or go to Kwara and tell me Labour Party will pick there when, or go to Bonu or go to Kano. It won't. Are you telling me Labour Party will win a seat in Lagos? It will never happen. Never. Or Ogun State, Osun State, that even
and they might win a seat in Lagos if they have somebody in Alaba area where they have the concentration of Igbo people.
Oh, a woman, even in Alaba, truly, let's assume, let's say in Alaba they have, because of Igbo, maybe like 55% or 50 or 40. Have you forgotten? You still have Hausas there too? In Alaba, and the rest, and you have other tribes there too. So it will be difficult for that to happen. With Labour Party, even Labour themselves, even in each state, unions who are supposed to be Labour, they will not vote for Labour because most of them will pitch a tent with the ruling party because they know they want to grow up in the ladder. You want to be a PAMSEC, so you not tell me you insult the people and vote for Labour. No, you pitch your tent, even you organize rally, pay for shirt and give it to the ruling party so that once they win, you are sure that you will become head of service. So how do they? You see, it's not a day thing. That is why it will be very difficult for Obi to win. This is not the time for that. It is still between PDP and APC because you still need that structure. You need that thing to win in those states. You don't have House of Assembly members, rep, Senate, and you say you want to win the election. No, I don't know. I don't know how that's going to happen. No way.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. For time, let me go from you to Emiloko, who are hopefully still with us. Emiloko, are you still there? All right. All right. So let's go then to World Peace. World Peace, you're up next. So World Peace, to the conversation and this meeting that's been taking place with Wike and just a revolving door of the great and good of the Nigerian political space. So he met with Tinubu just yesterday, and we thought Tinubu had nailed it down. And then up pops Peter Obi, tagging alongside President Obasanjo, and to keep the whole space honest, ATIKU turns up later. So what politics there do you think is in play with James and Wike?
Thank you, Waman. Thank everybody, the panelists. Because of time, let me just quickly touch the issues where I did it. Anyway, Wike is playing politics the way it's supposed to be played. In politics, there's no permanent enemy and a permanent friend. Politics is about interest. So Wike is playing the politics of what interests him, so meeting with Tinubu, ATIKU, Obasanjo is all political. And if you use fruit for him, it's good. But again, that's how politics need to be played, I like the way Wike is playing it. It makes these Northern people to understand that we South still have a voice. We still have a strong candidate, So that's good. That is okay. But whoever we can end up to support at the end of the day is okay. It's politics. I won't be surprised. That of Obasanjo, I won't dwell too much on it. But what I'm going to say, we are entitled to our opinion, but fact is not opinion. We're not entitled to fact. The fact remains that what we see is what we get. We saw Obasanjo in a meeting in London with with Wike and Dixon and Obi. That's what he went for. That's what we see. That is the fact. Opinion don't count on that. And what Obasanjo is doing there is for the national interest. Don't forget, he started the Fourth Republic. What he started, he wants to see stability in democracy, that it continue. Obasanjo is there for the good of the Nigerian, how the power continue and how the power comes to the South Side. kudos to Obasanjo. That's my take on that one man.
Oh, all right, thank you. And just before I take you on to the next talking points, just to the audience. So we started the session with some benchmark achievements. So we wanted to achieve a minimum of 100 likes on the stream, which we have achieved. So thank you for that. We also wanted to get at least 30 new subscribers to join the platform. So we are fast on the way to that. Whereas skip, jump, and a hop, skip, and jump away from 30 new subscribers. So, pardon me. So if you want to hop, skip, or jump to clicking on the red button to subscribe so that we achieve all the targets that we set for this particular stream, just a few more, roughly about 10 more or so new subscribers will take us to where we want to be. So we take the world peace to where we would like the former chief of army staff to be. Former military chiefs Buratai Abubakar to appear before the ICC. So it looks as though then some justice might yet be gotten for the NSAS massacre, the Zaria massacre, and all of the endless massacres that Buratai has facilitated within the Nigerian space. Are you waiting in bated breath to see this happen, World Peace?
Yeah, that's a good move. I'm happy to hear that, and I hope what I use. I hope in quote that we see Buratai being indicted in ICC. What is the ICC court, right?
Yeah, it's ICC. You know? Well, it's ICC.
Criminal court.
Criminal court. Yeah.
Court in the Hague, right? But my fear about ICC is that is heavily political. You know, they only prosecute who don't fall into their political interest. So if Buhari can strike a deal with the people that control the ICC, at the end of the day, we're not going to get anything good from that. But I applaud and thank the people that sue him. I think this move that they sue this former chief of army staff, it was done by individual group like Yoruba group, some group. I think I was finding it was a group that petitioned the ICC. It wasn't really that. It wasn't really international body pointing out the difference that this guy really did wrong, like they used to do to some other president. So I really hope at the end of the day we see a good result. That man needs to be, not only him, Buhari is supposed to be with him. Some other people are supposed to be with him in that criminal court, you know. But I really pray that guy should be in jail. Yeah, NSAS was a small one. What he did to the shelters in North was worse. It's worse than NSAS. They killed those people. Even there's a time they was protesting in National Assembly. Senate, I think the Senate, whatever I call the building. They were shooting these people with live arms. You know, that guy needs to be in jail. But let's see how it goes if Buhari would not cover for him, you know. So I really hope he'll be dealt with in the ICC court if they can. It will be good. That's how I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to the Katsina State Governor's assessment of the have you spoken on that? Katsina State Governor's assessment?
No, I've not.
Yeah. So to that space, his assessment of the 2023 elections.
Well, yes, he was especially talking about Peter Obi or generally their party is going to win.
I can let me play you a clip of what he did say. Let me play you a clip of it. Hold on.
How would you assess Bola Tinubu's chances?
I think we're assessing his chances now. Who is better than him in the political trail of Nigeria today?
Some people think Obi is better.
Who?
Some people think Peter Obi is better than him.
I don't know him.
Some will say
I don't know him. Somebody who was a governor of Anambra. You go and ask Kasana man, the politician, how many of them know Peter Obi? This is not, we are talking about a presidential candidate of Nigeria. Somebody who has cut all barriers, tribal, religious, regional, name it. Somebody. ATIKU is a formidable force. No doubt you can. ATIKU is a force. But our force is greater than him. Our force is greater than him. And he knows that. He is a veteran of contesting elections.
Yes.
And also
This looks like
a veteran loser.
So that's roughly what he said, somewhat. So commentaries on that. Yeah.
Let me laugh. I would have said something nice if I didn't see that guy for the TVC, that guy that I test with all my body, But again, let me. As is he has lost credibility. So I'm just short of words. But let me try and focus on Masari himself. First of all, he's an APC man. What do you expect him to say? He will say anything to promote his party. And this is the Abacha loot man that is returning money from left, right, and center. So what will he say? He will always say that these are Tinubu strongmen and APC. I think the few remainder of CPC members, which is aligned with Tinubu caucus inside the APC fraction. So what else do you expect to say? But again, what he said, there's just a little bit of the truth. Let's say the truth. Me, I would always say the way I say it. This Peter Obi movement is more popular on the internet. Yes, I agree. It's not that popular in the north. That is my problem with the obedient. That was my problem with Obi. I expect him to be going to those places to do meetings, campaign, town hall meetings. If it's 500 people that is even there, is a win as a plus. Rather going to churches in the south. If you want to go to the north, you go to the churches in the north, like Nasarawa, that is not really north, but they call it north now. So making his follower believe they already won the battle before it will start. That is delusional. What this man is saying is supposed to be a sound warning to them so that they can buckle up and go into that deep areas and try to capture as much they can capture. In deep north, a lot of people don't know him. It's true. Now we should not try to live in denial. Let me use Thomas' word, about that. So what he said has a bit of truth, 50% truth. And the other he said about Tinubu being, it's true, but he's a party man. He's speaking for his party. We definitely defend his party. So that's how I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, brilliant. So thank you, gentlemen. So the rounds has been done. So we seek to start to round off. Just a very, very, very snapshot closing remarks. So we still keep it within the 5-hour bracket. But before I start to take the closing remarks, so it looks as though this is by popular demand. People wanted to say this one more time. So here it is.
Hello, my country people. Let us join Papa Tinubu to rock this latest dance when they dance. Abemina Kona me will come dance with Oga Tinubu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there, the Jagaban of GBT. So there it is, the #1 looter of the Nigerian state. So there it is right there, and there it has been. So thank you, one and all. So we start to take closer remarks to, of course, Landon Ajanle Koko, nowhere else. We kick it off with San Diego, if he's still with us. San Diego, are you still there? All right, I think we may well have lost San Diego. So thank you, San Diego. So we go on from San Diego and we go to Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, are you still there? All right, Saki Fada has gone to bed. So from Saki Fada, we go on to Ayo, who we heard from recently. So hopefully he's still there. So Ayo, are you still there?
Yes, woman. You know, I was just enjoying BAT dancing.
You know, rich people, they have a particular way of dancing. Like, you know, you know.
Big man will not dance with ease.
No.
Right and left. Anyway, that's nice. Well, woman, thank you for having me today. Yeah, it's been a nice one. You know, even while at work, I just keep, listening to you mute, and it's nice. So, well, we've said everything today. Hopefully, you bring us another topic tomorrow, which we'll talk about, and then we can say that. But as I said, Wike is the man, is the real man now, because he's the new bride. Everybody is just every day is making the headline, either one party or this one. If it's not Tinubu, it will be ATIKU. Now, all the headlines tomorrow will be all about Wike. Who knows what meeting is going to happen tomorrow again? But God willing, see us tomorrow. We will see more again. So thank you, everybody. If you have not subscribed, please do that and click the like button. Good night. Yeah, one love.
Brilliant. So good night, one love. Perfect way to round it off. So good night, one love. And those words now from Solly. So Solly probably gone to bed already. Solly boy, you there?
Yes.
Good.
Solly, you are still awake.
Where are you finding this new stamina? Where is this stamina coming from?
I'm surprised, though.
I'm surprised Solly is still there.
It's because I'm taking break now. Once in a while, I sleep, I rest, and I come back on the session. But anyway, today's session was good.
I'm again who there too, Jelson.
You only live once.
Don't worry. Child support and whatnot. Don't end up in that space, but carry on.
So, guys, there were over 300 people on this live session. So that means some of you have been listening to the like, share, and subscribe. I even saw some new people commenting, insulting me as usual.
But why is it the old people insult you? Even the new ones that have come are insulting you. Do you think it's something to do with you rather than them?
One man, they just don't like to hear the truth.
One man is not only Solly. They insult me as well in the comment section. Kulata is the one fighting for me for them. Somebody said, Thomas, get it into your skull. Come on.
Well, I don't know why you guys are so sensitive to what is going on. I don't know. Do you know how many times they cause? They say they cause woman. They call you all sort of names that they never even look at them.
Why you guys? Did somebody say get it into your skull?
Do you know what? What is the name of that guy from Saudi Arabia?
Mumuni.
Do you know what he said yesterday? He said, "Well, if they were Tinubu wins, then they are coming to bulldoze my family's house."
Oh, you are laughing at that one, but you are not laughing at somebody say get it. Don't worry. The people in the comment section, they are wild and untamed. We should really put them in a cage. The people in the comment section.
I read one comment
that is the right statement. They are wild. Yes, that is who they are. When I read it, I just laughed. You just need to laugh it off when you see those commentary. You don't pay attention to it.
The other thing is, you can never win against the comment section. So don't take them on, because
that is where Solly is making mistakes. When you pay attention and they know that you are very sensitive to their comment, they will not leave you alone. They will continue to,
and they will give you more.
They will give you more because they want you to go wide and
But Ajanle Koko, the thing is that every day I go out, you know, I meet different races. I meet people from China, I meet people from Kazakhstan, I meet people from different parts of the world. When you tell other people the truth, they don't insult you, they don't fight you back, and they don't become hypocritical. They tell you their problems, you tell them your problems, they try to solve it, you try to solve their own problem. But when you talk to a Nigerian, you tell him the truth, it is
Nigeria
insult.
factor now.
It is
What is that money?
insult.
Yeah, when you hear that of you're not paying your that money. Yeah.
Let me just tell you this, Solly. You see, the real life and the internet, as you know, they are different spaces. You know, it's anonymity. Okay, so for instance, what piece is in Japan? Anything that he does to you, what repercussions can there be? As soon as he shuts down his computer, that's the end of it. You don't know him, he doesn't know. So he can say, I'm sorry, what piece I'm using here as the example. I'm just saying people are spread all over the world and they're in the safety of their own home, say whatever it is they like at you, and they know they can say it because as soon as they shut down their computer, that's the end of it. You know, so you know, ignore them. That's just it. But closing remarks, you know, you just ignore them.
Some even derive measure. I mean, they derive pleasure when they you know, charge crazy at you, and you are getting mad from the way you are acting, or you are saying, you are responding to them. They derive pleasure. They feel happy. It made them go to bed happy. You know, they go to bed happy that, oh yes, they have tormented somebody. So just leave them alone. When you don't make any comment, they will leave you. They just run it and leave you at that one comment, and then they move on.
Ajale Goko. They cost me there. I don't even have, one man has banned me on YouTube. I can't even fight them. So what am I going to do? I just
keep saying that I banned you. I've told you
I can't comment on Facebook.
What can I do now? Search for your name everywhere. I can't find it. So why do you keep saying, man? But let's take closing remarks because we're now at the 5-hour mark. So
maybe it's DSS.
All right, just round it off quickly, Thomas. Then I want to wrap it. Thomas. Sorry, and then here.
Yeah. So well, at the end of the day, I'm learning. Even if the comments are bad, they are good. At least I'm seeing new people there and I'm seeing different perspectives. So that's very good. So guys, please continue to like, share, and subscribe so that we will be seeing the different kind of insult and comments and opinions that you guys have. Hope you guys have a nice day.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Solly. So from Solly we go on to Thomas. Thomas, to you.
Oh, thank you, one man. It has been a nice session, educative, informative, and everything. So thank you, everyone. Love, share, like, subscribe. Take the URL to your platform that you normally go every time. Then invite more people to the platform. I will end with this. I always say this: vote for your choice. Nobody will hold you at your jugular to force you to vote for anybody. Vote for anybody. And as a Yoruba man, I will vote for any Yoruba on the ticket. Come rain, come shine. Thank you, one. May God bless you. And God bless Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to World Peace. World Peace, to you.
My country people, we don't reach the final hour of the day. Wanna click like, share, and thumbs up. Quickly make I greet Aga Jali Coco, one man, and the rest panelists. Sorry, not the worry for people with the comment section, so they have matter there. Mukuna go get my PVC, Mukuna vote on a candidate, Mukuna vote on a choice. So I got can reach. Man. Good morning, good night. See you again.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So we're trying very hard to keep it within the 5-hour space, and we're doing very well with that. So two days in succession, I think we've rounded off sort of roundabout there. So the final word as ever, I know that this is what you have all been waiting for. The mighty one himself, Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform. Your contribution was quite meaningful. Please come back tomorrow to do another round. One man will bring some new good news to us, I believe, maybe good news. Whichever one that he brings, yes, we shall treat it. And, let me thank those of you at the commentary section. Everybody, thank you all from my brother Alexander Gomez, Akatsi, my sister Gwen Bonksma, Celibis, Kulata, Ogadi Master, everybody. Thank you all. God bless you all. And to one man, you have done it again today for bringing all of us together. We really appreciate you. And I hope tomorrow, by the God's grace, you will bring another round of news. And I guarantee you we shall all join you to treat it, trash it out, and continue the struggle from there. Listeners around the world, if you have not clicked on the like button, this is the time as we are winding down. Click on the like button, share, subscribe, and come back tomorrow as well. One man will not disappoint you. We will not disappoint you as well. So one man, thank you, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So that's Ajane Koko, of course, the voice that you really all come here to listen to. So that's the mighty one, Ajane Koko, which is to tell you that the session has come to an end. It's been a decent session, a fairly strong viewership. So if you are noticing that the viewership are going up steadily, that's off the back of the like and subscribe that we are constantly pushing for. So we continue to push for that as we continue to encourage you to like and subscribe, especially subscribe, because we set a target for new subscribers to join the platform for today. We've nearly reached it, and there is sufficient enough of you on the stream to take us to the target, because we need just about 9 more thereabout. So if 9 people clicked on the subscribe button now, then we would reach our target. So, and I'm sure there's sufficient enough of you there that are not yet subscribed to tip us over that target. So click on like and subscribe. No surprises there. I'm pretty sure every YouTube channel that you go to, they push you to do that. So nothing different here. Click on like and subscribe. Then haven't done that, come join us in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave, and by the way, we do this every day. If you're new to the space, we do it for around about 9:45 p.m. UK time. So that's guaranteed. And oftentimes we do an afternoon session as well. That somewhat, that fluctuates, that ebbs and flows, depending on if time permits. But the 9:45 p.m. UK time one, that's virtually guaranteed. So it's always as deep and involved and high functioning as this session has been. So if that is your picadillo, then this is where you get your feeding. So make sure that you are on board with it. Like, share, subscribe, and click on the notification bell. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.